Hello there. Welcome to the second day of the International Future Architect Conference. My name is Sonia Elterman. I am the program director of the conference and also media director of Strelka Institute. Yesterday, all day long, we've been talking about the upcoming crisis and how young architects can deal with it using non-architectural methods. We have summed up the first day together with Luke Jones and Martha Thorne. We have discussed the projects that we've seen and the ideas that we have witnessed. But today, we're looking forward to a day which is just as exciting. We will get acquainted with the public report of Architects.rf program, which finalizes the third year, which means that 300 architects from all around Russia are intoxicated with the gene of contemporary architecture, and they're trying to change the cities where they're living in, where they actually make hands-on administrative decisions, changing the face of the Russian cities. Also, today we shall speak with an exciting group of young architects picked by the Hong Kong University together with us. We will be talking about them, about how small, local, sometimes particularly engineering solutions can make an impact on global situation and even climate environment of a particular geographical area. And by the end of the day, we will get to know the winners, the three winners who will get the ARCHDAILY and Strelka Award. David Bazulta will join us. He is the chief architect and the founder of the ARCHDAILY. And we shall also have the three winners who will tell about their projects in more detail. Let me remind you that we do have a chat, and of course do not hesitate to write your questions to the speakers there. Do not hesitate to express your opinion, and please follow the links that we're sending there. Please let us know who is the addressee of your questions, and our moderators will convey your questions to the speakers. Those who have been with us these 2 days will get the transcripts of the lectures so that you do not lose them. Watch our schedule at the futurearchitects.strelka.com, and do not forget to share the conference on your social networks. See you in the evening.
Добрый день.
Good day, dear architects from all over the world. Today, we have come together to speak about the unprecedented program that took place in the borderlines of Russia and internationally. We shall be speaking about how our profession is changing, how we are changing as architects, as people who are making an impact on urban development, and how the cities are changing as a result of our actions.
Отчет о программе
Let me introduce you the public report on the Architects.rf program. My name is Alexandra Chichotkina. I am the curator of the program and the tutor of the program, also the managing director of Strelka KB and the teacher at London Architecture Association. We're going to be having the graduates of the program speaking with us today, and also the current student of the program. Let me introduce to you all of them. We have Bakhtiyor Mirzakarimov, the graduate of the first year of the program and the leading architect of the DOM.rf Foundation. Hi there, guys. We have Vasily Bolshakov, the graduate of the second year. He is also a tutor of the third year and the head of the master plan group of Brusnika Architecture Bureau. Hi there. And we have Lisan Aznabaeva. the student of the third year. She's the head of the Architecture Bureau KB11, the chief tutor at the Department of Architecture at Urban Pool, and the curator of ARCHDAILY Festival in Bashkiria. She is the historian of architecture as well. Good day. And also with us, we had Andrei Yerenkov, the graduate of the very first year and the tutor of the third year and the head of the Department of Architecture and Urban Design of the region of Voronezh, and also the head of the Architecture Forum and the project Zodchestva. Hi there. Here is our group. And today we're going to be talking about how the program Architects.rf made an impact on us personally, on our job, profession in Russia, discipline, and how we see the space around us. In order to get you a bit immersed into what the program is about, I would like to hand over the floor to Bakhtiyor first. He represents the DOM.rf Foundation. He will say a few words about what the program is about, why it was invented, introduced, and what are the future perspectives of the program. Yes, thank you for the introduction, Ale. Good day to everybody who joined us today. Of course, I'd like to tell you that this program could not be possible without a large support from the federal government. DOM.rf, the foundation that I support, is the federal institution for development in residential construction, and DOM.rf Foundation is in charge of the issues of the development of urban environment. And we have executed the order, the executive order of the President of the Russian Federation, and launched the program under the support of the Ministry of Construction of Russian Federation. And we developed it with our awesome colleagues, Strelka Institute. The program began in, the program was launched in 2017. So it's the third year of the program now. In addition to online format, there is a significant offline part of the program so that we would convey knowledge on the issues of urban development on the level of we seek this knowledge in Russia. We host also urban practices, intensive workshops that last for 1 or 2 weeks in various cities of Russia. There is free online education program, and we have over 73,000 people registering for that program. And the program offers a large range of lessons and courses, all for free. We also host special events and this conference, Architect of the Future, Future Architect, hosted this year online, nonetheless exciting, interesting, and successful. And the major element is offline tutoring, because there's always a need in Russia to improve quality of urban management, to bring up those people who will make our cities better. We need those people in Russia now, people working for public structures and for private business, and people hosting their own private practices even. And within the 3 years of the program, every year, we have been getting 3,000 to 4,000 applications. And then about 1,000 applications are being filtered to be assessed by the jury. And then we select 100 finalists, the best of the best. I was lucky to be the student of the first year of Architects.rf. And really, my life split into before the program and after the program. But the most important thing is that if you want to get knowledge, you will get it. The program is free. The program is happening every year, and it involves both Russian modules, meeting with Russian national experts, representatives of large urban administrations, working with tutors, presentation of very own projects. Also, the program involves traveling in Russia to the near neighboring countries and abroad as well, and wider abroad. But the most important thing is the community, the Architects.rf community. And after 3 years, we see that there's this synergy that is only growing. And there are different signs to that. We see how the graduates of the program open their businesses, take significant positions in urban administrations, implement large-scale architecture projects in the country. So we see that the graduates of the program are confident, and they're striding forward building the new context of Russian architecture and urban design. So I'd be happy to listen to the graduates and current students of the program. So let me hand over the screen to Alia. Thank you. Thank you, Bakhtiyor. Let me show a few slides so that you would get to know what is the offline part of the Architects.rf program. So we need to tell you that this is the program that is specifically focused on live interaction and live acquiring of knowledge, skills, live acquisition of knowledge and skills, project design by those students who were selected for the final part of the program. In a certain sense, this is a program for professional qualification, for professional growth and development. This program provides a number of bonuses in addition to skills. Also, you learn a lot in terms of communication and delivery. Here's the portrait of the graduates of the first 2 years. You may find some of the speakers on this photo if you look very closely. So we had 102 graduates in 2018 out of 50 various Russian cities and 99 graduates from 63 cities in 2020. You may see that the program is really widespread all around Russia. This is one of the objectives of the program, to represent Russia from Kaliningrad to Vladivostok and even the Kuril Isles, which again gives us the unique environment for exchange. It is impossible to replicate this sort of environment with the representation from all around Russia. If we speak about the fact that not only practicing architects participate in the program, but also those who, for example, occupy important positions in administrations. For example, in 2018, about 60 people, and similarly, in the second year, we have alumni who work in the centers for urban competencies. They become head architects of cities and regions. And here are a few of them. For example, Natalia Mashtalir, she became the chief architect of the city of Krasnodar with over 1 million population. She's been implementing a number of projects, improving the face of the city, and for example, introducing the design code for the city. Or Dmitry Stupin, the head of product for Brusnika in Chelyabinsk and Yekaterinburg. By the way, Dmitry is going to present today, and he turns things for the better in Russia via development. Or Anastasia Sorokina, who a few weeks ago successfully, together with her colleagues, opened the Switzerland Park in Nizhny Novgorod, where she moved, having become the counsel to the mayor of the city to implement the project dedicated to the huge anniversary of the city. Ilya Poznyakov from Zelenograd, who became the major architect, the chief architect of the region of Krasnodar, and the chief architect of Zelenograd. He used to be the chief architect of Zelenograd. So, Zelenogradsk, sorry. So the program really changes lives. It's before and after, literally. And we have been inviting outstanding speakers whom we have been interacting with tightly during educational modules. For example, we actively communicated with the former mayor of Copenhagen. He actually met us personally when we went to Copenhagen a few years ago. We are in touch with the major architect of the Netherlands, Floris Alkmaade. And also we're constantly in touch with the major Russian experts, Alexander Loshkin, for example, the chief architect of Novosibirsk, or Marina Rakova, the director of the Department of Urban Planning of the Nizhny Novgorod city. She always is present in our juries and developments of our products. And of course, we're in touch with the practicing architects like Sergei Choban, for example. Our program consists of a number of modules. Some of these modules are happening in Moscow, but also There's the educational part, the educational trip, the field trip, if I may. So these are the field trips of the first 2 years.
Со всеми
So we have
сотнями.
been traveling from one city to another. We have been talking there to major architects, representatives of local administrations, practicing architects, with the colleagues whose experience we strived to share. We have witnessed a lot of projects live. There were a number of workshops, lectures, educational expeditions, and we are developing projects that are being implemented right on site. And we have been studying Russia very extensively. You can see here the routes of only 2 first years of the program. We have not mapped the third year because we have only just returned from our international field trip. So these are the cities that we visit to get to know the experience of neighboring cities, major regions of Russia, major cities and small towns. It's important to share experience and leave a part of our thought, a part of our idea there. In 2018, we visited 12 cities of Russia. In the second year, students visited 15 cities and localities in Russia. In the third year as well, the program is quite saturated. Here's the balance. Here's the representation of our third year students, 50-50 ladies and gentlemen, and so it's gender balance. Of course, we have practicing architects, and we have also those who work in various local city administrations. Here's the collective portrait of here's the collective portrait of the third year. These guys will be presenting their projects, their graduation projects in a couple of weeks. And by the end of September, they will be alumni of the third year. So I would like to ask the question to Bakhtiyor, as a graduate of the first year and representative of the major sponsor of the program, DOM.rf. So you began working for DOM.rf after your first year at Architects.rf. So can you tell about the program? When we are telling to our international colleagues about the program, everybody is tremendously impressed because nobody has ever seen anything like it. So the program is truly unique and it delivers important fruits. But in your opinion, does it have potential to enhance and accelerate development? Or maybe there's an expiration date to the program? Thank you for the question, Alia. I believe that we personally see, having witnessed three years, we see that the finalists, the alumni, get to know one another, and that only builds up the power of community. That's why I don't think it's even appropriate to speak about the expiration date, because every year we discovered new names, new faces, new resources, and people who strive to make their cities and towns better. And these people are applying what the program taught them. And in addition to that, they are learning from one another during the 3 years. We have the same number of initial applications, thousands of applications, and competition is very high, about 50 applicants per position. So if we witnessed that nobody needs the program or nobody wants to enter the program, we would probably reconsider the format. But at the moment, in terms of content and within 3 years, we have done tremendous work to make the program only better, to help students develop their individual projects. As we know now, all of the 100 finalists are split into separate groups. And a theme is assigned to every single group, for example, mobility or urban management and urban administration, I mean, so that the groups would apply their knowledge and we would get the groups which would provide broad coverage of major urban themes. I think the program has been exceptionally successful, and our graduates, I believe, feel the same. I probably. I would love to listen to the alumni most, and I would like to actually ask Vasily in terms of the specifics of working on master plans before and after the program, how the program impacted your vision of your profession, your approach to doing master plans. Because when we were doing our first year, we traveled internationally. We're talking to leading experts abroad and in Russia. So, what was the impact of the program on your perception of the discipline and on your particular practice? Bakhtiar, thank you. Indeed. Architects.rf, Architects.rf is a program that takes us on a journey. And we can witness the professionals where they operate in their environment. We got to know a lot of people from our broad country. That was a blessing. And that was excitement to find out what those people are doing in different corners of our vast country, what methods they are applying. And I should say that even for now, altogether, we're discussing federal agenda for urban development and design, and we're discussing some actual hands-on issues. Therefore, I think we have put together a forum, a community for interaction and help to solve actual hands-on professional issues. As for my personal practice, of course, I've broadened my range, broadened my field of knowledge. And the international trip helped me a lot to get immersed into the backstage of design. When you think that abroad, designers and planners are just titans, and they have large-scale plans and everything just works in a heartbeat. But you see that it all depends on very powerful personalities, tremendous motivation to change the place where they live, where they work, where they do administration. And seeing those people is an administration, and it is an inspiration to change something at home. Those people truly have charged me with energy. That's why I believe that our community changes the approach to the discipline in Russia. And we can be sure that is ready to change things locally in Russia. And actually, I would like to ask Lisan, the student of the third year of the program. So, we have been discussing with you the methodologies of architecture. We have been discussing deep professional issues, and I was happy to hear your ideas from the person who lives in the Ural region, in the region of Bashkiria in Russia. And it matters to me that not only in the capital we can find architecture competencies, but also in other municipalities and the regions of Russia. So, Lisan, what is your motive and what is our motive to stay at home and change things locally instead of, for example, going to the capital? Good day once more. I will not keep a secret that when I was super young, I wanted to go to Moscow almost every day. It was magnetizing me. But I have realized over time that there's a number of problems in the city where I live and in the region where I live. And if everybody leaves, nobody will ever solve those problems. That was a revelation, but a conscious choice as well. I decided to stay in my city, and that's when I have founded my bureau, and that has established the fact that I'm working and changing things for the best, at least trying as hard as we can. And I want to tell you this. It's not even about geography, in my opinion, and where you are. With contemporary technologies, it's just all gotten easier. It's easy to get information. It's easy to find information. It's easy to feel the part of the mainstream. And after that, there is also a large number of venues where Even architects from the provincial regions can prove their worth. For example, Biennale in the city of Kazan, where we have achieved significant results. And that was the important confirmation that we're moving the right way. Another thing, I want to say this. At a certain point, again, it was important for me after my trip to Kyrgyzia, to Kyrgyzstan, I've seen how people work with their national heritage and potential. And I've realized that this is something that we're lacking in the region of Bashkiria in Russia. So I had a number of scattered ideas and projects related to this problem. But as for some sort of resulting point, the program Architects.rf helped me to kind of concentrate on the problem. Thanks to the projects that we've implemented in the program. And another thing that was a discovery for me, I realized my circle of interest, but I thought that I will not be able to apply that in the program because it's a bit different. And it was a revelation for me that the program actually touches such a broad range of subjects that you can easily find the one that is nearest to you, both in urban design, management, philosophy, etc. It was a very important discovery for me. I will probably have a question to Alia, actually. It's curious. I mean, what's the difference between these three? What's the difference between these 3 years for you? And I know how hard it is for you to do large-scale educational projects. How do you find internal motivation to keep doing this at such a large scale for a 3rd year in a row? Lisan, thank you for the question. Look, the first question regarding the differences between 3 years. Of course, every single year was special, specifically in terms of the gathering of people. For example, I feel the energy when I enter the room for the first time with all of the 100 architects and urban planners and urban administrators that we have selected. The energy every year is very different compared to the previous one. But there's one similarity that throughout the entire program, starting from the beginning when everybody kind of sets the range of interests and competitions, we feel this in the air. By the end of the program, it becomes truly a joint community. These people get this togetherness. They have been co-living so long and so much that they're truly united, which makes them a professional circle where you could ask for advice, starting with some ideological points to various technical points. Sometimes we get requirements and demands with the request to tell about this or that and design. Even people particularly ask one another how to design something. But as for our particular approach, there's some specifics. We have been also changing in terms of management based on the feedback from our participants and the effect of certain programmed activities. Of course, in the first year, we needed to just test and trial the model itself. These modules, national module, international module, how will this interaction work offline and online? Because we have time between the modules when everybody's leaving back home and they only interact online. It all began before the pandemic. We were doing online before the pandemic, before everybody learned to use Zoom, etc. So, truly, we paid less attention to project development And only at the end of the module, they were developing projects. But we realized quickly that project-based learning are significantly more efficient when people are solving actual practical tasks. They have this strive to learn more, to find the answers. And we are offering them different kinds of lectures, webinars, and formats, which help them to find answers to the questions that they have been putting themselves. So this approach to critical thinking and contemplation on what you're doing on every stage of the program during every module is something that we are trying to bring about. That's why this year, in addition to individual projects that every single participant is doing as a part of a theme-based group, where it is possible to get feedback and share knowledge, also we have group tasks. So at least we have come up with this ideas of groups and the opportunity to find common language, because we're certain that urban spaces can only get better in a framework of collaboration and cooperation. And I believe that professionals need soft skills of interactions. That is just essential. City projects are complex. You need to be a great communicator to implement them. I believe that we will only be improving the program, at least I hope. As for your question, your second question, my personal motivation to participate in this program, in addition to practical activities, is I see how our profession is becoming more saturated in a good way. A number of years ago, I worked in Berlin, and I could stay there, I mean, easily, but I felt like I want to return home and change things for the better in this country that brought me up as a professional as well. And that was 7 years ago. There was not this environment, widely developed environment that would push me to do something tremendous, where I could find some new knowledge or experiences, or talk to people at least who can share some knowledge. But I see that the mission of this program is to create the community that will support, that will be self-sustained, that will be supporting one another. You can always write on our chat with 100 of architects, ask for an advice, ask for help. This is a true network of professional support that truly does work. And in spite of the fact that I see tremendous effect, I see that a lot of architects are raising their heads, not only in Moscow, but also in the regions. I believe that we're making a tremendous contribution, not only into personal development of every single person who joined the program, but also we're making a contribution to the improvement of our profession, which I appreciate. I want it to get better. I want to make the space that surrounds us better. This is my motivation. I would love probably to continue this idea and ask you guys. I'm an architect by education and personally as well. And I would like to ask a question, you guys. Not all of the students in the program are architects. Not all of them are architects. Sometimes we have people even without architecture education. And I would like to ask Andre. Andre, you have joined the program 3 years ago. You were the alumni of the first year. So as a person who now is the chief architect of the city, but you do not have architecture education as far as I understand. So how the program helped you? What have you acquired? Could the community and the program open to you something new, particularly in our profession? Good day, everybody, once more. Dear attendees, dear guests, I hope you can hear me well. It's a great honor to be invited to participate in this conversation and be a part of the program. It's great that I am in the alumni of the first year, and now I am the tutor for the third year. As a matter of fact, Alia, my case is relatively unique for the program, but in a scale of the entire country, there's a great number of specialists who work in different regulating bodies, administrative bodies, regulating architecture and construction without specialized education in architecture. And there are advantages and disadvantages to that. I will speak about that a bit later, but let me answer the question. I will reiterate what you said with Bakhtiyor. Professional activities is changing to before and after the program. And probably we as first-year alumni feel it stronger than ever.
Самое важное, что случалось в последние
This
годы
program,
популяризации
this
профессии,
program is probably the most significant thing that happened in Russia in terms of support of the community and improvement of the discipline. We, the students, the alumni, those who now work for local administrations, those who do architecture and urban planning, we feel that this program has been the highest value, has been of the highest value.
комбинируются таким образом, что приблизительно пополам есть
And
те,
it's
кто
great that you select not only architects, but about 50% of the students are those who are doing, for example, city administration. So we have architects, we have urban administrators, we have representatives of other disciplines, and that helps us to understand each other very well. And sometimes in a very sporadic way, we come together with successful interregional cooperations. For example, I am the head of the Department of Architecture and Construction of the region of Voronezh, and I successfully invited a few alumni to Voronezh to actually host a number of joint projects to improve our small towns in the region. That has been a successful experience for me. But if we return to the issue of specialized education, whether you should have it or should not have it, again, our community is young and ambitious, so I think what matters most is energy and inspiration, which we get from the program. The ability to believe that you can make it, that if we come together, different regions and different towns, we can be so much more. And I believe what Bakhtiyor said, that it is impossible to now set the horizon for the program. It will only get better. In the end, as the public servant, I would like to have this community to become only stronger, only bigger, to become not only a professional community, but also civic community that will be helping in decision-making on urban development in Russia. And I would like to wish the best of luck to everybody who is now preparing to the graduation, and tell that it's very important for those who work for public administration, no matter whether you have professional education or not, just be engaged, strive for better, participate in the program. And after that, your professional activities will become so much easier, so much more efficient, so much more inspired. Thank you. If I may take over the baton from you, we've been talking a little about public administration, and we understand why this is a push for development, but I would like to ask a question to Vasily. Vasily, if we speak about practicing architects?
девелоперов тоже. Помогает ли она им? Потому что половина участников
Does it help? Is it helpful? Because part of the students of the program are those who do architecture and urban design, kind of on the other side of it. Vaisa, microphone. Ale, thank you. I can answer this question in two ways, because I am familiar with architects who truly are open, and they are ready to participate in this sort of open competitions, programs, educational projects, and always acquire something new, and treat that as some sort of a chance for professional growth. They can find out something new, find out about new practices. For me, for example, it was very important and interesting to find out how in other regions they do legislation and regulation for architecture. Also, I know that in our community of architects, there are guys who are quite skeptical or have been quite skeptical about the program, believing that you cannot learn much in here, and the program is not fundamental enough in terms of education, etc. But I do believe that this is brilliant, that this sort of educational program is available in Russia, because we need diversity. We need diversity in everything, and practicing architects who are just doing design and planning and architecture all day, these people need to get some sort of soft skills at least. The skills of communication, interaction, conveying information, working with community. And I believe that there are a lot of practicing architects who have realized the specifics of working with the community. I believe that today, in a professional community, we would not ask a question why, for example, you need to talk to the citizens and residents in the community. Nobody would ask this question in Russia anymore. But that changed only 2 or 3 years ago. Now we know that we should establish communication with the community. I always recall this quote of the chief architect of Copenhagen. She used to say that the chief architect is a communicator, is a glue that binds all of the actors of the process, helping them to come up with the project in the right way. I believe that in our practices as architects, as developers, this interaction with the community is exceptionally important. I'd like also to say this. Architects.rf, Architects.rf is a program that kind of helps us to stop competing and start working together, because we have joint goal, joint motivation to change the place where you live, or as Andrei said, make an impact on certain legislative processes in terms of architecture, because that makes a direct impact on the faces of our city and their future. Now, I would like to ask the question back. We have this sort of community that provides decent dividends, sharing, inviting one another, etc. Yes, probably they planned the sort of communications community, but within this 3 years, have you observed some new effect that was not even planned by the program, but we still feel it and experience it? Well, it's hard to tell. I mean, by all means, we intended to create the community of architects, and there was a defined need for that in the country. But we were not hoping that the community will be so tight with so many synergies between architects, clients of architects. By the way, there are some synergies of that sort in the community. Or even between the guys who became experts in various domains. Of course, that is an example of tremendous strength that we sort of intended but never planned. We never expected that it will be so powerful. Yes, the program is in many ways hands-on. Within the framework of modules, we of course convey some ideas and some skills as well. It's not only about what to do, it's also about how to do. We provide tools that the students can apply further on in their practice. Nevertheless, individual projects of the students, well, they should always be sincere. We implore our students to make projects from within, make projects dedicated to something that they deeply care about. So the time spent during the program would turn into contemplation on the matters that really bother them. We do not even insist on projects being implemented after the program. But still, some people go down this educational journey to continue their projects after graduation. It was a surprise for us that some participants haven't done the project during the program, implemented it later, having put together the group of experts, having found the investment. For example, Tatiana Leontieva from the region of Voronezh, she actually implemented the full-scale project. She renovated the entire street in the city. That was a revelation for us. Yes, some go down the static path. Some go down to the very tangible project. But if we take the example of Sergei Konchikov from the second year, he had a completely visionary project, more raising important questions about the project instead of providing actual answers. And indeed, I believe that we have anticipated this effect, but didn't plan for it. It just came about organically. And I believe that this is a very strong advantage. That is why the program, of course, has been planned, yes. We are collecting feedback very actively. Guys, you will correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we correct the program every year. However, as in any living and breathing community, there are issues, of course. And I believe that's natural for large educational initiatives, which have flexible threshold. As for educational side of it, that we have teaching aspect that we have in the program, it turned out to be also a revelation for us. By the third year, we have an additional group of tutors comprised of former alumni. So we've been working tightly with, for example, Vasily and Andrei to help our new students. And it's been a revelation for me of how people like you who are exceptionally busy on your positions at work have time, find the time to teach. That is an important point for me because this exchange between academia and hands-on activities is extremely fruitful for both sides. I know that Lei's son is also teaching, not in our program, but yet she is also working in academia, and I wanted to ask Lisan how she combines hands-on activities, teaching. You're a student, you're a teacher. I'm also living within this model. I'm also always a tutor and a tutee. But how are you coping with this? Yes, thank you. Indeed, it's not an easy journey. It requires a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of effort. But there's a single disadvantage to this sort of approach, because I could list a number of the things that this gives to people who do this in all of the domains where they apply themselves. Of course, theoretic experience that the teacher acquires via teaching broadens the range in hands-on activities. All of the theoretical aspects, which are hard to grasp while you're doing hands-on job, they become more evident when you just combine fundamental research approach and hands-on approach. It works both ways. When we do realize the needs of contemporary world, contemporary architecture market, we feel that it's easier for students, it's easier for us to convey information to students without becoming this rusty and dusty academics. And if you want to tell something decent to the students, you always need to read it. Read something new. And we are constantly doing self-education. There are always books, lectures, courses, and honestly, this sort of program is a true joy for me, because it doesn't require months and years that you would have to spend, for example, doing masters somewhere. These are brief, intensive modules, trips, and thanks to the saturation, they provide a lot of food for thought, while people who occupy important positions doing their businesses, etc., families can get new knowledge, new ideas, communicate with professional community, which gives a lot. That is why I would like to say this. In spite of the fact that it does take time and requires effort, it's sort of cross-pollination, which helps us to grow and become better professors and better hands-on architects. Guys, thank you so much. Dear friends, we have about 3 minutes before we have to wrap up. And let me remind you that we're broadcasting not only in Russia, we're also streaming globally. And maybe you guys could send some farewell address to your colleagues in Russia, internationally, or maybe say things that matter to you as architects, as those who make decisions in architecture. If you have some ideas or intentions, I guess we could transfer them to the professional community. Yes, I would just want to reiterate my idea. I think it's important to me. To me, this was a very important revelation in the program. I want Russian architects to apply themselves where they want, including their hometowns, which they know well, love, and know how to make them better. And our architects should have this opportunity to earn their living and apply their motivation, energy, and skills to where they live. Vaisa, thank you. Andrei, what do you say? I would like all of those who do architecture, those who do administration, to believe in yourself, believe in your team, believe in what you do, because without believing, it's impossible to do anything in the city. I was doing this forum Zochestvo, and one of the guests said a few years ago, architecture is impossible without love. And this is the motto that I carry with me. Architecture is impossible without love. So wishing you this, and of course, all the best to the program. Lisan, please. I'm a teacher. I will speak as a teacher. It's never too late to learn. And when you're an architect, I think this is necessary to do on an ongoing basis. So I truly hope that future professionals, those who want to learn the profession better, will always find the time to improve skills, get more knowledge. And I hope you will guys always have the willingness for that and the opportunity for that. Bakhtiar, anything to say? I will only add, please stay curious, because this program is about curiosity. And I've seen that interest to knowledge is always important. And we grow up, we become adult, the life becomes more complicated. And one of the wow effects of the program is that people come together from all around the country, together from different coins of Russia, have found out that there's another 100 of people like you who share the same values, who want to know, who want to create something new. Therefore, I truly hope that you will preserve this curiosity, because with that curiosity, you will always find somebody who shares your inspiration for projects. And of course, wishing you the best of success. Yes, thank you. I would like to also wish to all of us architects, all of us working in Russia and improving spatial characteristics of our cities, not only cities, to find support everywhere in the environment, in your team, so that you could come up with your own vision, your own justified opinion and individual approach to anything, so that you would be confident. And your entourage will always help you, would always help you to put your ideas into reality, dispute with you, challenge you, and help you to find the truth that could be only found in a dispute. We're also trying that during Architects.rf program. We love it. And I truly hope that the program will persist and get better, because I truly believe that this is an important stage for our discipline in Russia that will deliver fruits not only to every single student, but also to a broader community in Russia who is related to our projects, our program, and everything that we have been doing. Thank you for being with us today, and don't switch your channels. See you again. Bye.
До свидания.
Пока.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Hilgeford. I'm a lecturer at Hong Kong University. We're based here in the Pearl River Delta, which deals with, because of the Hong Kong reality, notions of self-sufficiency and how we can be more resolved on our own. Also, being within the Greater Bay Area, we look a lot at technology. And so that's the academic role. For myself, I have a practice here based in Shenzhen, Hong Kong, and Rotterdam, where we kind of deal with more normative projects, as well as research and exhibition. That project, that office of LCC is trying to understand larger systems and how they come down to something small. So that's why today, Strelka, as part of the new names, new projects discussion, we brought these designers here to reflect on this notion of kind of these global wicked issues that we all have to deal with, and how do we maybe make them a little bit smaller in the scale we can all manage. So I'll be moderating today, but it's not much about me, it's about others. And so I'll be welcoming Christian, Jillian, Matteo, and Jose. And maybe each of you can just say a brief little hello, starting off with Christian to introduce.
Кристиан, пожалуйста.
Hi, everybody.
Всем
My name is
привет,
Christian
меня
Lang,
зовут
and
Кристиан
I'm
Лэнг.
associate professor of teaching here at the
Я
University of
профессор,
Hong Kong.
я преподаю в университете
living in Hong
Гонконга
Kong
здесь,
since,
живу в Гонконге
almost
уже
like 13 years, I believe.
13 лет,
My
если
current
я не
research
ошибаюсь, и
is
текущая
focusing
тема моих
around
исследований посвящена прежде всего
robotic 3D printing with
роботизированной
clay and concrete,
3D-печати
and
при помощи
I will
глины и
also talk
бетона.
about the
Также
project
я
that was based
поговорю
on these
о тех
materials
проектах, которые
today.
основываются на этих материалах. Сегодня вам
Nice
об
to
этом
be here.
расскажу.
Thank you.
Рад встрече.
Hi, I'm Jillian
Всем привет, меня
Schaefer.
зовут
I lead
Джиллиан
an
Шейфер.
architecture firm out here in
Я
Los Angeles,
директор небольшой
California.
архитектурной фирмы в
I
Лос-Анджелесе, в
also teach
Калифорнии.
at the
И также я
University of Southern
преподаю в
California and
Университете
in San
Южной
Diego.
Калифорнии и в
My practice
Сан-Диего.
works in both architecture
Я
and kind of
занимаюсь и
urban
архитектурой,
design.
и
And thank you
градостроительством.
very much for the
И
invitation
спасибо
today.
большое за приглашение.
Jose, do you want to take it from there?
Хосе,
Your mic's ready to
перехватишь
go.
инициативу, готов?
Yeah, like this. Hello, I'm Jose Mayoral.
Всем
I'm
привет.
a founding partner at Practica,
Я
a firm which is
партнер
based
в
in
компании
Madrid.
Практика.
I
Мы
also teach
работаем
at
в
Academy
Мадриде.
of Art
Я преподаю
University
в
in
Academy
San
of
Francisco
Art
and
в
also at the Technical
Сан-Франциско.
School of Architecture
И
in
также
Madrid.
в школе архитектуры у
I'll
нас в
be
Мадриде.
on behalf of
От
Practica
имени
explaining
практики я
the
расскажу
Somers
о
project.
проекте Somers.
We're very glad to be
И,
here
честно говоря,
and be
очень
part
рад
of
быть
this
вот
fantastic platform.
с вами вместе, быть участником этой замечательной
And
платформы.
Matteo, last but not least,
Матео,
please let us know a bit about yourself.
расскажи-ка и ты о себе.
Hi guys, my name is Matteo
Ребята,
Arietti. I'm an
привет,
Italian
меня зовут
architect based in
Матео
Milan.
Аретти,
I
я
am the
живу и работаю в Милане.
co-founder together with Andrea Bologna
Вместе с
of
Андре
Space
Болонью
Travelers.
мы основали Space Travelers.
I will talk
Сегодня я
about
расскажу
a bridge
о
building in
мосте,
Yangtze
который мы
today,
строили в
and I'm
городе
really happy
Винксин
to share
в
this
Китае.
moment with you.
С
Thank you for the
удовольствием
invitation.
расскажу. Спасибо за приглашение. Рад быть с вами.
Thank you all. Let's
Всех
start the
благодарю.
discussion,
Давайте
and I
начнем
will
разговор.
pause here. With that, Christian, would you
Christian,
like to pick it up and
расскажи,
let us know about
пожалуйста,
your work
о
that
своей
you
работе.
have been exploring here in Hong Kong?
Чем ты занимался здесь в
Sure.
Гонконге? Да, с удовольствием.
Yeah, so as said, like I'm
Итак,
an
как я
associate
уже
professor
сказал,
here
я
at the University
профессор
of
в
Hong
университете
Kong,
Гонконга,
and I have been
и
working for the
на
past
протяжении последних
5
5 лет
years like on robotic fabrication.
я
So I
занимался
kind of,
технологиями роботизированного
spearheaded
воспроизводства.
and introduced like
В
really
принципе, я
that
являлся
kind of
лидером этого направления у
topic
нас и ввел
to the
эту
Department
тему
of
у нас в
Architecture.
академическую среду, у
And
нас на
the project I would
факультете
like to show or
архитектуры.
share
Раз
today
уж у
in
нас
this
называется
great
сессия
event
«Новые имена,
called
новые
New Names, New
проекты»,
Projects,
то расскажу своем
is
проекте, который
called the
называется
Reformative Coral
Reformative
Habitats,
Coral
which is
Habitats,
rethinking artificial
реформируя
reef structures through
коралловую
robotic
среду
3D
обитания,
clay
то есть
printing method.
пересмотрение искусственной структуры
So
рифов
in
через
2018
роботизированную
there was
3D-печать
a
при помощи глины. Что
vast
ж,
storm
в
here
2018 году у нас здесь был
in Hong
очень
Kong
тяжелый
called
шторм в
Mangkhut,
Гонконге, шторм
and
Мангхут.
the storm itself,
И сам по себе шторм,
in addition with other kind of mass mortality events in
помимо того, что он вызвал
2016,
очень много
had a
жертв,
detrimental effect on actually the
и,
coral
опять же, в
population
дополнение к тому
and
шторму,
Hong Kong
который еще был в
waters.
2016 году,
So,
очень негативное воздействие
and
оказал
one of
на
the
популяцию
areas
кораллов
you
в
see
водах
here up
Гонконга.
there in orange, it's called
Посмотрите на
the
этот
Hoi Ha
оранжевый
Wan Marine
участок.
Park,
Это
was
морской парк
especially affected
Хой-Хо-Ван.
by these events. And in
Особенно этот
2016,
парк пострадал из-за штормов.
I
В
was kind of
2016
approached
году
by
ко мне обратились
marine biologists from the University of
морские
Hong
биологи
Kong, the
университета
Swire School of
Гонконга.
Marine Biology.
У нас тут есть,
If we
естественно,
could
школа
kind of
морской
maybe
биологии.
work together
И
to understand solutions, how to
вместе мы
maybe
работали для того,
restore
чтобы
that.
понять
So here you
решения и
see
пути
some of the corals which
восстановления
kind of broke down
популяции кораллов.
during these events.
Вот кораллы, которые были разрушены
the
этими
marine
тяжелыми
biologists were
штормами.
kind of collecting
Морские
some of these
биологи,
fragments
они
of the
отбирали
corals and
некоторые
trying to
эти
kind of
фрагменты
understand how we
кораллов,
could kind of
пытаясь понять
start to
то, как
restore
мы
the
можем
population.
восстанавливать
Now,
популяцию.
as I said, like I kind of
Как я
worked
уже
working
сказал,
with robots, and I built
я
up the
немало
robotic
работал
fabrication
с
lab.
роботизированными
And when I was
технологиями, даже сделал вот
in the
такую
beginning, when I was setting up
роботизированную
the
мастерскую
robotics lab, I
лабораторию.
was thinking what
Когда
kind
я
of
делал эту
material I would
лабораторию, я
like to
подумал, а
work
какой
with.
же материал я бы
And
хотел
so,
в первую
since China
очередь
has quite a
использовать.
rich
Раз
history
уж в Китае
in
очень
ceramics,
богатая
I thought it
история
would be
керамики,
wonderful
я
to kind of
подумал,
explore
что
this material.
стоит
And I wanted
исследовать
to kind
именно
of like maybe
данный
share quickly
материал.
just like
И
a few images
хочу
where my
поделиться лишь
research actually
несколькими
was coming
короткими
from.
видео
So
того,
I
как
started kind of
проистекало
like
мое
experimenting with
исследование. Я
3D
начал
printing
экспериментировать с
in
3D-печатью в
2017,
2007
and then we
году.
did
И затем
a first pavilion,
мы
which
построили
was called
первый такого
the
рода
ceramic
павильон.
constellation
Мы назвали
pavilion, which
его
was
керамическое
around
созвездие.
4 meter high.
Высотой
And
примерно 4
was
метра.
a showpiece
Это, в принципе, был
for an exhibit
образцово-показательный
in one of
объект,
the typical Hong Kong
который был
malls.
выставлен
And
просто
the
в
idea was
одном
to
из
kind of, it's
крупных
more like a
гонконгских
proof of
торговых
concept. The
центров.
idea was to
Мы хотели
say,
скорее
can we
обосновать
really think
концепцию и
brick
задать вопрос о
in
том,
modern times?
можем ли мы, в принципе,
Does it have to be
переосмыслить
always
кирпич в
standard,
современные
or can it
дни?
be also the
Всегда ли технология
non-standard
должна
brick?
быть
And so we kind of
стандартная,
like
или
developed
кирпич
this
может быть
pavilion
довольно-таки
with actually around
нестандартным? Мы разработали
2,000
такой павильон, который состоит примерно
unique
из 2000
bricks.
уникальных
And so
форм
this is kind
кирпичей.
of like where my research and my
И вот, в
interest actually as
принципе,
well
таким
in
образом и
ceramic
проистекало мое
printing
исследование и мой
started.
интерес
And here you
к
can see like
керамической
the different
3D-печати.
bricks
И посмотрите
overlaying there.
различные
So they all
формы
kind of like
кирпичей,
have
накладывающиеся
the
друг на друга.
like an inherent same
И у
logic.
всех у них, в принципе, была одна и
But
та же
they,
вмененная логика,
so
однако
basically the algorithm kind of basically produces
алгоритм, по сути,
all the
состоит в том,
different
чтобы
versions.
производить
And
разные версии
we
этого
printed them
кирпича.
like over a
И
period of 3
мы
weeks,
в течение 3 недель
like
печатали
roughly
вот при
like, yeah,
помощи
like
алгоритма все
2,000
эти разные
bricks and
варианты
then
и напечатали
assembled them.
примерно
Just some
2000
images. So like there
форм
are all these
кирпичей на
kind of
основании
slight
этого
variations
алгоритма
which
и
are,
смогли собрать данное
I
здание
think the
лишь
brick
с
itself is
небольшим
almost like not
количеством
as interesting.
вариаций.
It's really like
Сам по
starting
себе
to
кирпич не очень
only come together
интересен.
once it's really like
В принципе, все это
assembled.
собирается только когда вот все
We
это,
did like
когда
another
эти
version
элементы
then, like
объединяются вместе.
a
Потом мы
couple
сделали
of months
еще
later
другую версию
for
этого
the
проекта,
Shenzhen
буквально через
Biennale
пару
in
месяцев для
2017,
Биеннале в Шэньчжэне в
which is
2017 году.
called the pavilion is called the Ceramic Information Pavilion.
Павильон назывался
This
«Павильон
time,
керамической информации».
the idea was to kind of like look
Идея
at a
состояла в том,
structure
чтобы посмотреть
entirely
на данную
based on
структуру,
bricks.
которая полностью основана на керамическом
And
кирпиче.
we reduced a little bit the amount
Мы сократили
to
немножко
1,000
количество,
bricks.
здесь 1000 кирпичей у нас.
And I think like what was
И я
interesting to
полагаю,
me
что
is that
интересно для
the
меня было
method
вот
of
что.
printing
Сам
started
метод
to
3D-печати.
produce various effects, which I was quite
Сама печать,
fascinated
сам
by. Like,
процесс
so you have these
производил
kind of
различные
drooping
эффекты, вот такие
effects here
стекающие
in the brick
капельки
itself.
порой
So
в
like
самом
that somehow
кирпиче.
the process of
То есть
making
процесс
there's a
изготовления
certain kind of truth
кирпича
to that making
по-своему
with a robot, like, so
несовершенен,
that it's
и
not
в этом
trying
есть
to
тоже
kind of
что-то
like replace
настоящее.
some other
Иными
method of
словами,
making,
здесь
but
нет попытки
rather that
заменить
somehow
другие
you
моменты
really
производства.
utilize
Вместо
the
этого
method
мы
to
просто используем
to its full extent.
новый метод в
I'm coming back now
полную
to
силу.
the marine project.
Теперь поговорю
So
более
when we
подробно
started
об
to, when we
этом
were
морском
approached
проекте.
by the
Итак,
marine
когда к нам
biologists, we kind
обратились
of looked into the different
морские
kind of
биологи, мы
corals,
посмотрели на
which are the
различные типы
species
кораллов,
here
на различные
in
виды
Hong
кораллов,
Kong, the
которые
dominant
бытуют у
species.
нас в
Like, so there's the
Гонконге,
platygyra
а именно
coral, the
платиджайра,
acropora
акропора
coral, and the
и
pavona coral.
павона. Три вида у
My
нас
background is
бытующих
as well
кораллов.
like in computation, so we kind of looked
Опять
into kind of
же,
like computational methods, how to
я посмотрел
mimic
на вычислительные
these
методы
patterns
того,
to
как
create
можно смоделировать паттерны образования
intricate
кораллов,
spaces. Yeah?
чтобы
So we started
создать
kind of
для них
exploring
естественную среду
with different
обитания. Мы начали исследовать различные
different
формы
line
такого
works,
рода,
producing different
смотреть на
patterns
то,
that
как
kind of
работают
like
различные линии
could
и
allow
паттерны.
for
Такие,
special spaces where we
чтобы
can then
образовались
insert these
пространства,
coral
в которые могли бы мы
fragments.
вживить, вставить
At the
фрагменты
setup,
кораллов, которые
since this is
сохранились.
kind of like really like a quantifiable research, we had
Действительно,
to
это
actually
исследование,
eventually
которое
come up
можно
with one
вычислить,
kind of pattern,
оценить
because
количественно. Мы
at
выработали в
first we were
итоге
thinking, okay, we
один
would make
удобный
every
паттерн.
tile
Сначала
different,
мы хотели
but that would have
делать
kind
уникальный
of
паттерн для
would
каждого
have been
кусочка коралла, но поняли, что
counterproductive to the
это
research
не очень
because
продуктивно.
what the research was, they want to
Потому что цель
understand
исследования состояла в том,
how
чтобы
different
понять,
corals
как
in this
различные кораллы
substrate of the
в
tile
данном
would
субстрате
actually perform and would kind of
могут
create
работать,
different
разрастаться, создавать
different different kind of ecologies, different kind of life. Yeah? So there were tiles which had like only one type of coral, tiles which had three types of coral, tiles which had actually no coral. And so this setup was really like standardized. Yeah? So we had also like this, in the middle you see this autonomous reef monitoring system, which is really like a system to kind of, like a universal system around the globe to monitor life pretty much like in waters. The printing was very simple, so we had a kind of like a diagram as a structural system, and then kind of printed this kind of biomimicry layer on, then had to flip it and then print it kind of the footing on. Eventually we ended up printing around 128 of those tiles, like, and we ended up like last July in 2020, like completing the project. So here you see kind of like probably this is an assembly of around 90 or so. And then the project was implemented in mid-July 2020, and then by the divers of the marine biologists, and they kind of like implanted then these coral fragments, and they're now in the waters for about a year. And now I would like to show you just very briefly like a video of the production. So this is in our lab. And just to kind of like supplement some information, so each of these tiles took around 2.5 hours to print. They are like around 20 kilos in weight. And so after printing, we had to kind of like cure them, so we had to dry them, and then they needed to be fired in a kiln at around 1125 degrees Celsius for overnight. And so it was like a very interesting project in terms of production, as well for me as an architect, to work on this, because it made me really more like a almost like a production facility and managing really like that production facility in terms of practice. Yeah? So, which is very different from, I guess, like the normal way of how we as architects practice. So, and I see somehow like with this work somehow as well sometimes similarities to the idea of the Baumeister, the building master, the medieval building master, that you basically you design, you conceptualize, but you build, you fabricate, you изготавливаете то, что вы строите, вы работаете над материалами, вы собираете отдельные элементы. Are important to that work, yeah.
Это все
важно. So you see, like when they were kind of implemented into the waters,
все это уже устанавливали в воде,
it took them just like 3 days to kind of like, it was actually very fast for them. So each diver, like just to kind of like implement them was really easy because like the weight was perfect for them.
Опускал эти объекты в воду, они были с точки зрения веса просто
идеальны. Let me give you 2 more slides.
Показать еще буквально пару слайдов.
So this was kind of on the left. You see basically the tile just after firing, and the right you see it like in the waters after just like I think around 2 months or so, and how immediately like there is this kind of biofilm,
и вот вы видите, как буквально спустя 2 месяца биомасса начала обрастать, вернее, эта плитка начала обрастать биомассой. Интересно, как наблюдать эту реальность этой керамики, как керамика является такой живой средой, подпитывающей вот эту новую среду жизни для кораллов.
Even though probably unwanted by the marine biologists, because like you see a lot of this green biofilm, and so they were actually saying like, oh, this is almost like too much, like I guess, like for the corals. But I thought it was really interesting to see like how little time it took until actually these tiles started to create life. And I guess like with that, I would like to finish. Stop sharing my stop sharing my screen, and thank you, everybody.
Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Christian, for sharing your work here in Hong Kong. And with that, we'll take a slight turn geographically to the west to look to the mainland, and we'll see the work here of Matteo. Please go for it.
рассказать о своей работе на континентальном Китае.
Thank you, Jason.
Спасибо
I will share my project.
Я поделюсь своим проектом, который мы с моей коллегой Андреа Булони реализовали в конце 2020 года
in the Yongxin County. So before speaking about the project, I would just like to introduce briefly ourselves. We founded our
Несколько слов сначала о нашей команде. У нас такая исследовательская рабочая группа, которую мы основали в 2019 году, и с тех пор мы участвовали в нескольких международных конкурсах, таком, как вот конкурс на этот мост. Изначально наш проект получил название «Наследие». Понятно, что мы изначально откликнулись на конкурс.
And it was basically, as the title says, it was a bridge complex to be designed in Yongxin Old City in the Yongxin County. So as you can see in the left corner of my screen, they wanted a connection to link the two shores of this big river. The jump is around 150 meters. So basically, we have been asked to design a new point of attraction to, to in some sort create a new value for the whole city itself. This city is an important one for China because historically it was, well, first of all, is the city from which Chairman Mao's wife came from, and it was like the heart of the Red Revolution. So it's really important for China, and they want to in some sort to to renovate it completely. So the task was, as I told you, to fill this gap with a new building. And as you can see, the situation of the surroundings is quite dramatic. There are still hidden in all the buildings some valuable historic buildings, but the quality of what they've built is not that high. This is why they wanted to create some new attraction. So as I told you, they are working quite importantly on it. There's a huge master plan to basically redesign the whole city. And one of the main focal point was this bridge that in ancient time was already present. It was like a floating bridge. So they basically now want to restore this pre-existence. So the project was not just like designing the bridge itself. It was first and foremost like thinking about a whole strategy to activate the shores and then consequently the bridge. So we have been asked to redesign the shore in a way that basically they would have been much more attractive and much more resilient. They have a really huge problem, as we have seen like a few weeks ago, with flooding in China, and climate change will make it worse. So basically, they are now starting to design infrastructure that will be much more resilient to this kind of events. This is why they asked us to, as you can see, especially in the lower part of the master plan, they asked us to design these. They called it green-blue space, so a sort of a buffer space to protect the shores if the water runs too high. So this was our main task. So create a focal point of attraction and then to redesign the shores in a more resilient way. As you can see, we have made quite of a detailed work in designing this infrastructure. We tried to focus our work on connection. We see a lot of pathways to experience the shores in a really interesting way, and to create a relationship with the water in order to experience nature in a more fulfilling way as well. As you can see, the work on the strategy was quite important. So we spent a lot of time in designing something that would actually be worth to live. So that was the main purpose. Yongxin is not a unfortunately is not a nice city now, and they want desperate to have new functions to to attract people and to attract money to invest on the village. So the bridge was the main topic, but the work that we have done on the sides, it was important as well, and otherwise the bridge wouldn't work, and that's why we decided to go that much on strategy. So I would just like finishing my presentation speaking about the bridge itself. So as you can see, they wanted to have like a head building to activate the bridge itself. So it's not just a bridge, but it's a complex of two buildings. They have the same identity. So basically, we tried to work a little bit on the massing to make it interesting. We have tried to inherit the shape of the ancient roofs of the village in order to shape our bridge. So it's a sort of a twisting game, to give a little bit of tension to the mass and to make it more appealing and more strong in a way. The final result is this one. So this is basically a glimpse taken from one of the pathways. You can see clearly the main building, the Linjiang building. It's basically a marina, a wharf building, where people can participate to events. And then you have the bridge complex. So the complex is basically a two-story building. It's not just a bridge. 150 meter long, that hosts two main, that serves two main purposes. The first one is the walkway and the cycleway. So the function to actually cross the river. And then in the middle of the building and on top, you have a museum, because Yongxin was actually the city where one of the main, calligraphy of China was born. So we decided to dedicate this museum to its roots identity of a calligraphy city, basically. It was a really fun project to work with. The first bridge that we have done, and we have made it through with a lot of collaborators as we done always. It was really a pleasure to work here and to try to imagine something new for the city of Yongxin. I think that I'm done with my presentation, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Matteo. That was great and nice to see. I think from now, we'll shift towards Jose, who also has a project. Again, geographically, we're crossing to the other side of Eurasia, but also deals with the banks of rivers, but in a very different sort of cultural and natural context. So when you're ready, Jose, take it away.
Thank you, Jason, for the introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here and be able to share this project, the River Summers. So on behalf of Practica, I'll be explaining this project in Romania that we have been working on over the last few years in our office. So this river that is 451 kilometers long starts at the Carpathian Mountains and connected through a system of rivers eventually reaches the Black Sea, as you can see here. And what's important for us is that through its course, the river crosses the city of Cluj-Napoca in Romania, which is a city of 300,000 inhabitants and the capital of Transylvania at the west of the country. As you can see here, you can get a sense of the city and how the river crosses the entire city. It passes through many different areas, the city center, the airport, different parks, industrial areas, and also some housing neighborhoods that were developed in the 60s and 70s. We got involved in this river through a party competition that we were lucky enough to win in 2017 and now is under construction. So the city hall, the municipality organized this competition to redesign the edge of the river Somers throughout its 15 kilometers as it crosses the city of Cluj-Napoca, and to, what's more important, to rethink the relationship between the river and the city, a relationship that has been deteriorating over the few decades, and to that point that now the city doesn't benefit from this kind of main asset, and you could actually say that it's turning its back to it. So the dialogue between the city and the river is conflictive, to say the least. There are not really uses or programs that foster that relationship. And in a way, over the last few decades, the river has been understood as this hard infrastructure. When you walk through the river, you can see these electric metal towers that throughout its 15 kilometers that talk about its infrastructure nature. In a way, the river has been seen as this kind of duct, which main goal is to transport energy. And in order to do that, it has been domesticated with a system of concrete walls. Like this wall that established a drastic height difference between the city and the river, and obviously kind of limits the physical and the visual relationship. To the point that in some areas of the city, the people are not really conscious of the existence of this river. So this kind of was the main challenge, and the question was, okay, how can we reformulate, how can we reimagine and rethink this infrastructure, this river, to turn it into a public space for recreation. So in order to do that, we set up a few kind of main goals and ambitions. First, we were not looking at the project as a line that would divide the city of Cluj into two parts, but actually as a thick band that will have the capacity to incorporate different ecological systems and also integrate public spaces. So this way, the Somers was somehow envisioned as kind of this main urban connector of public spaces and also different green areas, as well as the kind of main circulation path for pedestrians and bikes. Here you can take a look at the entire proposal. You can get a sense of the scale when you look, for instance, when you see the stadium. And also you can see how the width of the project varies. In some parts it's quite compressed, very close to the city center, but in other areas, as the project incorporates public spaces and green areas, it gets wider, as it is in this particular case. It was also critical to bridge the gap between the city and the river, look at ways in which the river could be brought back to the city and allow it to be part of the collective imagination of it. So we're looking at programs that could be inserted, beaches, paths, and obviously trying to improve the accessibility. Renaturalizing was also a key component. It was important for us to, after all this work and action that have happened in the river over the last few decades, somehow to bring back the river to what it was before, allow the nature to reconquer the river banks, recover and emphasize the existing islands, and obviously include the local vegetation. So kind of the main goals were there, bridge this gap between the city and the river, renaturalize the Somers, and also to turn this river into the main urban connector of public spaces and sustainable mobility. And the question was, okay, how do we do that? How do we implement it? What are the system of strategies that we use to make that happen throughout the entire project? So we look at a system of terraces that will span the river edge and will allow it to permeate the urban fabric. So this system of terraces will allow the river to become more accessible and also to incorporate many different areas of recreation and a wide range of activities. So the river section is widened, so we don't have this kind of sharp edge, concrete edge anymore, and it's transformed into a softer and more natural environment where we could include local vegetation that it was defined and selected in relationship to the river, in relationship to the proximity to the river, and also vegetation that will have the capacity to bring other species and then increase the biodiversity. In more urban and dense contexts, we're looking at a system of bleachers that will allow to turn the edge of the river into a public space for gathering and also to contemplate the water. And also, we were looking at a set of diagonal paths that will have the capacity to stitch the river with immediate context. So somehow these paths will redefine the existing urban connections, extending them till the river edge, and creating a better physical and a visual connection between the two parts. We also envision this soft infrastructure, as we call it, this system of paths and platforms as temporal, with the goal of understanding that the project should embrace the temporal character of any city and allow the proposal to be more malleable and reversible and in a way be able to give an answer to the future needs of the city of Cluj. So we started working on this project a while ago in 2017. We haven't really stopped since then. We're glad to see that after a very long process, now it's under construction, and we hope that next time we get to see you, we'll have the chance to show you some footage of the real project, of the finished design. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose. Much appreciated on that. Again, we'll continue this geographic pivot, and we'll head towards Jillian in Los Angeles to speak, I believe, about the Salton Sea and the role of dust, which I'm quite looking forward to hearing more about.
Thank you, Jason, for the introduction, and thank you to the Strelka Institute for the invitation to present. Today, I'm going to share a project with you, which is in development in the Salton Sea region of California, and this is a project that we're working on with climate scientists and public policymakers. And what's interesting about the Salton Sea more generally is that it's one of the areas which will be most devastated by climate change, and these effects are already becoming visible, exacerbating social inequity in the region. So I want to begin with this quote from the editors of Climates, Architecture and the Planetary Imaginary, which is an anthology that came out by Columbia GSAP, published in 2016. Our conception of things like air, ocean, rock, ice, and weather condition our engagement with them. This could mean many things for the field of architecture. Perhaps most central is the recognition that our environment is not just a resource to be managed or an externality to which we must adapt, but one of the chief figurations of shared or contested cultural values. So this quote highlights that architecture's role is not to passively respond to climate change in the sense of changing how we build, but that architecture can also stand as a vehicle for visualizing climate change and engaging with topics that are in direct relationship to climate. So jumping off from that, dust is both ubiquitous and often goes unnoticed, but it has a huge impact on climate and on society. Famously, Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein during the year without a summer in 1816, which was caused by volcanic ash from the eruption of Tambora. We can see dust from space. Dust also has a connotation of uprooting and moving populations. Its pervasiveness can be associated with ideas of revolution, protest, migration, and lastly, a lot of the dust that's going into the atmosphere is from arid deserts that comes from fossils, which creates a link between the present state of the atmosphere, the weather, and the distant past. So dust is a medium by which the atmosphere gains materiality. This is a satellite image showing the vast quantity of dust that blows off of sub-Saharan Africa. Over 100 million tons per year passes over the Atlantic, where it fertilizes the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, seeds hurricanes, and sinks to the ocean floor. Most of the dust which blows across the Atlantic comes from shrinking Lake Chad, but there are many other examples of lakes which have shrunk during the 20th century, leading to more dust in the atmosphere. So on the bottom right in California, Owens Lake has been studied as an example for how we expect the Salton Sea to change in the next few decades. In the past few decades, though, the Salton Sea has already experienced substantial reductions in area. It used to be that surrounding counties, such as Los Angeles, kind of up to the north, and San Diego down to the south, diverted resources to maintain the sea and sustain local ecosystems, industry, and population built on top of these fragile water politics. And in fact, in the 1960s and 1970s, the Salton Sea was a major tourist destination, which attracted more visitors per year than Yosemite National Park. The culture at the time was really similar to its neighbor, Palm Springs. But today, the Salton Sea continues to be home to many communities which face a dilemma of worsening dust conditions while not being able to move from the climate-affected region. And 20% of children in the area are born with asthma. So there have been a number of kind of landscape strategies that have been identified for suppressing dust, such as weighted gravel and nets to help stop the transport of dust. So in this diagram, under normal conditions, the sea keeps the basin cool, which generally stops winds from flowing over the topography and kicking up the dust. But here in the dust storm, when cold air blows over the topography, it's able to blow over the basin and kicks up dust. So in the future, as the lake shrinks and it doesn't cool the basin as much, winds will be able to penetrate into the basin more easily, leading to a constant dust storm state. And here, this is an image of that newly exposed lake bed or playa, which is the prime source of dust emissions in the future. So here, the changing meteorological and dust conditions are the ground for scientific investigation. And so for this project, the brief was to create a research base that fit into the dust storm condition while also serving as a community and educational space. So the site is next to a series of citrus orchards to the west, and the land to the east is where the scientific equipment and a small weather station have already been installed. And importantly, the reason this is cited here is that there's the presence of an internet tower and access to utilities like electricity. So this photo here is the existing instrument and weather station by some climate scientists at Scripps Institute of Oceanography. And this instrument takes periodic measurements of the changing dust levels in the atmosphere and relays the data back to a scientific team. So kind of beginning the design of the project, and given that dust is a topic of research, we began by studying the prevailing wind directions, both during dust storms and secondary winds during quiet conditions. And our key finding near the site is that the dust storms mainly occurred from winds that blew from east to west or southwest to northeast. And therefore, the building has been organized into 3 programmatic bars, one for research, one for education and community, and the third as a dormitory and shelter space for the research team. So these 3 bars then orient to prevailing wind directions. They create programmatic overlaps which hybridize and inform one another of mixed interactions. And together they form a building envelope, which is then sealed by a dust membrane or outer skin. And lastly, the bars are then calibrated to curated views of the sea and also the dust that accumulates along the windows of the research space. And the purpose of this dust that passes through this membrane and accumulates along the windows of the research space is the creation of a stratigraphy. So just as rocks form in layers representing change of environmental conditions, the dust that accumulates creates a record of the changing climatological conditions. So here you just see a section in the climatological layers or stratigraphy forming around the window of the research space, which has been calibrated to the wind direction. And as new parts of the lake bed are exposed, the properties of the dust, such as the color and size and grain, will change, and so do the layers. So with the development of the stratigraphy in mind, the massing was organized through live simulations using butterfly of the pressure and velocity of these winds in order to extract surfaces that would accumulate dust over time. So you can kind of see that there are eddies spiraling in the kinks formed by the bars of the building. And these circling of the eddies are trapping dust into these corners. So in the plan, you can see the 3 programmatic bars overlap, the research space with 2 stratigraphies created on either side, the community classroom over here, which cuts views back from the stratigraphy to the west, which is visually linked to the sweeping views of the Salton Sea to the east. And since the research team will only visit the site during extreme conditions, the project serves as a community center and classroom as well. So K through 12 school children can use the space for after school activities, and the dormitory space makes it possible for campouts. The entrance is covered by an awning to keep the dust out and punches a hole through the net. Standing from the wall near the scientific equipment, looking back through the research space and out the community classroom, there are views out to the sea. So the research space is embedded further into the landscape in order to submerge further down for dust collection, but also to prevent dust from blowing out along the sides. And scientist Sarah Ahrens uses a similar technique to the net, but at a much finer scale with marbles to collect dust for her scientific experiments. So this is 2025. Looking from the exterior, a subtle stratigraphy forms along the west-facing facade. In 2025, the building provides shade and shelter. It functions as a dust storm observatory and creates an infrastructure which will provide scientists with new results. And then 100 years later, in 2125, the building kind of creates a record to be studied about the accelerated changes in the region and accumulates dust onto its walls until further submerged into landscape. So ultimately, the stratigraphy speaks to the act of scientific data collection and to the didactic purpose of the building in visualizing climate change, but also to an inevitable aspect of ruin. And that's to say, people will only live in the Salton Sea for so long, but the research base will eventually transform from inhabitation to observational use, and kind of thinking more about the project as an intersection of multiple timescales. One scale, the timescale of the human, for which they might observe this change, another, a timescale for which a building falls out of use, the climatological scale on which regional weather changes, and the geological scale on which all of this is recorded through the medium of dust. So I'd like to thank the team who worked on this project, and also thank you to Alden Studios, and thank you again to Strelka Institute for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Jillian. That was fantastic. I think we'll head towards the discussion and those sort of ideas at this moment. So then for my first question, I'll go back. I think we can all take a pass at this if we want, but I think there's a notion of trans-scalar to all the work. And then Christian, I'll come back to you since you started off, we'll kick it back that way. And I wonder, you spoke about the smaller scale realities of your work and how it relates to kind of the east side of Hong Kong, but obviously the potential of this to speak to a much larger framework and systems. Kind of, can you reflect on your thinking on that during the work, and now that it's being implemented, how it might evolve going forward in that regard?
Sure. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that there were much reflection during the work. So because that was really like very technically oriented, like to really just make it work. The prints that they don't break, that they kind of like, just like didn't break in the kiln and all these things. So, but it is interesting after the marine biologist had to work basically implementing the tiles like that. it was very interesting to see like how we as architects, like when we're teaming up with different professions, actually can make an impact, yeah, on a much, I would say, larger issues, yeah, such as, I mean, I don't think necessarily that we have a solution for rescuing corals necessarily. Time will tell, yeah. But like there might be an opportunity that some of these work we now did and implemented is also possible to become a solution in other parts of the world to help like coral restoration. Now, the problem with the dying corals is usually like that the water is getting warmer and warmer, yeah, in these parts such as the Great Barrier Reef or so, yeah. But that's not to say that actually other parts of the world are actually having all of a sudden the right temperature for corals, you know? And so that those, let's say, substrates we did there could start to be implemented to kind of like bring corals or coral colonies to kind of really other places in the world, yeah? And so I'd say that's kind of interesting in my view, yeah, to what came out of the project, yeah, so that there is somehow opportunities really as an architect to work really in a very different scale, and actually almost like globally. I mean, there are I don't know how many kind of coral reefs are really in the world. I saw once a map, but there are tons of them, yeah. So, and we are actually kind of like I mean, we are in discussion of seeing this even as some sort of as a business, yeah, to say like, okay, this could be an extension of the architectural practice to kind of like fabricate these for different parts of the world, you know, like even there was an idea to kind of even almost like have the robot somehow in a container with kilns and everything, ship it to different parts of the world, and then just like make the production locally, you know. So that was one of the thoughts.
With that, I'll pick up on that and I'll kick it back to you, Jillian. And I was thinking about the notion of transscalar and what Christian brought up about, I mean, obviously dust exists everywhere and you spoke about it and kind of exists across various landscapes. But in the end, when you talked about this particular project in the Salton Sea, have you thought about the potential of maybe this work existing somewhere else in this accumulation of dust, or even what it means, let's say, because obviously the Salton Sea kind of lies in the larger Southern California area, how it relates to the particularities of that area in even a larger scale than the Salton Sea context?
Yeah, I think it could definitely apply to other situations of like lake shrinking, like near Lake Chad or something, but then it would have to be reconfigured through the study of wind and how does the architecture situate into collecting that dust. So in the case of the Salton Sea, it's kind of in a basin, so it allows for, I guess, certain eddies to kind of spiral around the form. But it's definitely a strategy that could be applied to kind of situating a building in other desertification situations.
In regards to geography, I'll push this over to, and all of you can jump in at any moment. I kind of push it to people because I think on Zoom, it makes it easier to direct it. If we're in person, I could do it with eye contact. But I think Matteo, Jillian and Christian have spoken about work that's kind of within their own geography, which you really did something that is fairly distant from where you currently reside, at least. And I wonder, you know, in this discussing of future practices and issues of dealing with these kind of local issues in terms of environmental or larger, how did you resolve the notion of dealing with a cultural context or a place that maybe you're not as familiar with, and how do you think about that as a practitioner?
Well, yeah, I think that I mean what we try to do every time, because we have deliberately decided to not work in Italy for now, so we always try to work abroad. It is of course it's a challenge because you're not that confident when you approach another culture. it's something really, really delicate. But I think that you, in a way, you have to try to, to filter your own identity, your own culture through the lens of the one that you're visiting. In the sense that, to me, it's always come down to, to study and inform about not just traditions, but also dynamics of the people who lives there. Because I think that, when you are able to set up a strategy that can actually match the state of mind of the people that experience the place when you will be gone, you actually can, produce a project that is working. I mean, you can do like an extremely interesting massing, a really elaborate, material choices and all this kind of more architectural stuff, but without like a proper and well-rounded strategy, your work will not work. So I think that whether you are in a culture or another one, you always have to try to read the context and give the more working answer that you can do.
On that, I'll push it to you, Jose, because I think, again, you both have projects based on rivers, and maybe I don't fully know your background, but I'm gonna assume maybe not from Romanian roots, so also working a bit outside. But I mean, knowing mainland China a bit, the budgets are a whole lot higher. Romania is a different economic reality. And you mentioned your project is going forward, which is interesting, and again, doesn't have the kind of economics, but then also you talk a lot about this notion of rewilding. So there obviously is a cultural aspect to your work, but I wonder, as you've tried to bring the work forward into the reality of implementing this kind of rewilding, or in some ways maybe taming cultural context, how has that started to evolve as the project moves towards a more precise implementation?
Right. I mean, we do many competitions, and the competitions that we do, they are not necessarily in Spain or even Europe. And somehow, like, working on a site that is external to our location was common to us from the very beginning. We started the firm. Jaime was teaching at Columbia. Jose Ramon was collaborating in London with Chipperfield, and I was in the south hemisphere in Chile. I was teaching there our Universidad Católica. So given our kind of various locations, sites were somehow always far from most of us, and we started working in that manner, and it became somehow a natural way of approaching projects. And in a way, we think that location doesn't necessarily need to be a constraint. Now that actually we're building the projects, and as you were mentioning, we have realized that maybe it's not a bad idea to not be that far, because you wanna follow the construction process. So now when we pick competitions, we start like looking, okay, how long it would take us to get there from Madrid? How many layovers we need to do? But in a way, working on places that are somehow not local to us allow us to be somehow more detached and look at them through a more objective lenses. But for us, it's also critical, and also answering your question, to team up with local teams to guarantee that we're actually giving a local answer to the local problem, and actually throughout the process in which the project is being implemented and built, to make sure that we are contextualizing the design, even though we are providing kind of the main vision and overall strategies too. So local teams also play a key role for us, I would say.
I'll pick up on that again, and you can all feel free to interject. I do not need to overly moderate, so feel free to jump in or cut me off as you wish. But I'll push it to Jillian, if that's okay. Because of the role of academia, it's been mentioned by all of us in some way passing that we teach and we do things like that. And I wonder, for your work in this project, and you don't have to speak specific to this project, I know you have many others, but the role that academia plays in your practice, maybe allowing you to explore things in a different manner because of the flexibility or maybe the constraints that come with academia. And if you could just reflect on whether that's beneficial, problematic, or how you feel about that hybridity of the practice being how it comes out.
Yeah, for sure. I guess maybe to start with that is, I believe you can't have one without the other, practice or research. You kind of have to have them both. Like, I believe to kind of be a progressive architecture firm, you have to push new ideas, and that kind of comes through the research and the disciplinarity of the field. And that's the 1 foot in academia. And then, of course, kind of looking at it from the other side, if you're all academic, it's kind of impossible to get any friction or make any impact in what you're doing. So project schedules, like building codes, budgets, and all of that kind of need to create friction to push your ideas against. And if you can't make it work in practice, then the idea should probably be pruned. So I guess I kind of see them as being really linked together. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, that's fair on that then, because I think you started provoking a bit, and I mean that nicely. If I can push it to Christian. Christian, I believe it was interesting, you alluded to it there, that maybe something that I believe started solely within academia or NGOs, I could be wrong, you suggested could turn into a business model, and I think quite legitimately could make sense. So if you think about the role of academia, and you've also brought about collaboration, but even more so, not just the role of academia, because as Gillian said, I'm going to misquote you slightly, Gillian, so don't take me wrong, in the hopes of starting a bit of a debate. But if it can't exist in a more practical sort of way with clients, that maybe it's not worth doing and it should be pruned. Forgive me, Gillian. But Christian, I'm just trying to start a debate so I don't have to keep talking, so you guys can argue with each other. But Christian, I mean, what do you think about that? And what about the, let's say, the academic responsibility of something that was maybe funded by an NGO or a government resource or an environmental group, and you could turn into a business model?
Well, yeah, there are a lot of questions, I guess, in your talk there. For me, it's like, since I kind of started the robotic fabrication lab, I have been probably started to have a very different focus on architecture, a little bit, like less of practicing as a traditional architect, yeah, but rather finding now somehow this niche, yeah, like a new trajectory in a way, yeah. So I mean, this is anyways, I would say, a general question, yeah. What's the role of the architect in today's world? Is it always just like super prescribed, and we're just doing like we need to work with a client and to make architecture? Can we as well do our own kind of like projects? Yeah, like are we getting more into the like design build direction? Yeah, to do the entire job. And I don't know. For me, it's kind of right currently, because I'm working with on one hand, like with different entities such as kind of the marine biologists, but then as well my own research, like on 3D printed bricks. They're all kind of like starting to allude to new kinds of businesses really for myself, yeah, like, so, which is really and it's kind of like, it's really in the making, yeah, so I really don't know if it all works out, but I find it quite fascinating that yeah, architects can kind of really create very new modes of practice, yeah. So for me, this only kind of really started actually when I started actually as well the robotic fabrication lab, which when I had like these tools at my hand, yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question, or if that's a contribution to that kind of topic, and how do you want to bounce it back?
I respond to it because I don't want to be seen as like the traditionalist either. Like I'm.
No. Don't get me wrong. Don't make it.
No, take it as a provocation. Provocation. Go.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is I also believe in like the niche business model of the architect. Like, I don't think the star architect getting the dream commission is realistic anymore. So like one has to strategize projects either through collaborating with different kinds of stakeholders or interested organizations, alternative funding sources. And I think that if you want to complete a project, you just have to figure out how to build it yourself today. So like in my work, several of the projects I've done have kind of come out of working with public policy activists or nonprofits or scientists. And so I agree with Christian in that way.
Let's all not agree too much. As someone who practices a lot in mainland China, I still dream of the big commission. So I'll disagree with you there, Jillian. But then I'll shift Matteo, because we were chatting kind of outside of this recorded thing about the reality of how you work. So we were speaking about practice, and Christian is maybe speaking about how he shifted through robotics and academia and seeing a way forward. You were mentioning to me before the notion or reality, and even mentioned in your introduction, you work at an office, you have a side project with your friends, and in that I wonder if Christian is seeing a trajectory of opportunities open, and Jillian is saying maybe that non-traditional or that traditional assumption of the big commission is out there. How do you and your partner and your current way of working, how do you deal with this complexity of kind of chasing things or doing things on the side? How do you see practice for you in terms of how you operate?
Well, it's a little bit tricky, because basically when I graduated and I started working as a real, let's say, architect, I was extremely discouraged because I saw the lack of opportunity for us. And in this way, I actually agree with Jillian, and I think that that kind of world is kind of dying. I mean, you know, working alone, dreaming for a big commission, it's something that I maybe in a pessimistic way I don't see viable anymore. This is why we try to, you know, to see architecture more as not just a process, but a system of different processes. So I will try to explain a little bit better. So we as a group, we always try to collaborate with different realities and different professionals. And we also try to not limit ourselves to architecture anymore, because because maybe it's better to, you know, to have other options. Two, because it's also really interesting for us to, you know, to nourish our creativity with other projects. So this is why I said that we deal with also with urban design, with product design and fashion design, is because as we see opportunities, we actually dive into them. Because I think that maybe architecture could be now seen more as a state of mind than actually a profession. I don't know if I put it like in a correct way, but what I want to say is that you actually learn how to organize information and to go from one point to another one. This is for me is to design and to create a project. So I think that you can be able to go fully transversal and try to do different things, because you actually know how the foundation works. Every discipline has their specificity. I don't want to say that we can do everything, but I just saying that we are so in bad shape as a profession that you have to try to, you know, to build your own opportunities everywhere you can find them.
On that, I'll push it to Jose again. But what I want to shift to is not just, and you feel free to comment on the role of practice, but relating to, as Matteo was talking about, the idea of collaboration and that, I mean, these rewilding sort of notions and things that you have, some would see that as kind of anti-engineering or anti kind of a destruction of culture. I'm saying that way too much, but I wonder how you think of, let's say, what is your perception of nature when you say rewilding, and I've heard of this sort of way of thinking, and I'm aware of the discourse. How do you define nature, and how do you kind of deal with that reality or facilitate that or craft that if the goal is to create or generate or permit nature? How do you even define nature in and of itself?
Right. Yeah, actually, like I would say that yeah, our presentation wasn't the only one like dealing with nature. The one from Christian and Gillian, they also facing kind of in a very direct way that challenge. So yeah, we see the natural environment as this entire group of species and kind of elements that create an ecosystem. And actually, the SOMES project that we have been working on it for a while, it allow us to kind of maybe look at the profession in a different way and trying to understand that you know, the projects don't need to only serve as the right platforms for humans, but we now start looking at projects that can increase the biodiversity and also be the right platforms for other species to thrive. Let's say, for instance, in the case of this project in Romania, we study the species that were there before and also the fauna, the flora, and how through this renaturalization process we could bring them back. And so creating softer riverbanks, selecting the right vegetation, the right soil, you know, all these decisions and questions that back when we were in the school were not so critical. Now we have realized that are important decisions to take and can really define the path of the project. So, you know, as it happens with the projects presented by Gillian and Christian, those projects are very much driven to in the case of Gillian to be used in a programmatic way for humans, but then it also has to give an answer to the dust. And in the case of Christian, is even more extreme, right? Because in that particular case, is created the whole project kind of revolves around all these different kind of species. And I would like to ask him, like, to Christian, how did they, all these like coral characteristics, how did they inform like the patterns of all these tiles? For me, was interesting to see how, you know, when you are dealing with some specific program, you look at different parameters and see, okay, how this is gonna inform the design. So in your particular case, which ones were the parameters that you were looking at in order to design those tiles, those patterns?
Yeah, so I mean, for us, it was like, if I may answer that, for us, it was kind of, we were obviously informed by the marine biologists what they knew in terms of the environment. Like, so I didn't go diving now. So they told me like, okay, this is these are, how do you say, these are waters within a city environment. So there's usually a lot of sedimentation in these environments. Yes. So what we needed to have is like that we had to have porosity so that the sand can go through these tiles. So that's why we had this grid. The biomimicry layer was actually, I would say, more to create pocket spaces that gave basically some sort of shelter or for these coral fragments. So the idea is actually they are implanting six fragments, so sometimes only from one species, and they would actually over time grow back together into one, one coral actually. But like it was kind of actually very much performance driven, I would say. Yeah, it was less. So even, of course, like, yeah, when we're starting with the design, we kind of like, okay, we're getting an inspiration. We probably could have like used as well different patterns, but we were attracted by these, by one of these corals, like in terms of like its looks, and used that as an inspiration to start off the project. But actually what's interesting is once we were producing these tiles, we had actually really problems because we were using two different kind of geometries. One was this kind of biomimicry layer. The other one was kind of this grid. And both had different kind of performances in terms of drying. So then all of a sudden, the one geometry started to crack a bit, and like, so so we needed to kind of like actually lower the amount of material on one of the geometries to kind of that they still kind of were intact, even though for this project, and I think that's also kind of interesting, because working on 3D printing and working on these tiles, we didn't need to make anything like, let's say, code compliant or whatever, like it doesn't need to kind of like, it doesn't need to kind of resist a certain kind of force or so. That is actually, you know, in a way, the beauty of the project was because it's terracotta, so it's just soil. If the project doesn't work at all, we would not necessarily actually produce any kind of waste. Yeah, it would kind of naturally just go back into sand or so over time. Yeah, they would break apart anyway. So that was kind of that's kind of like a beauty about the material, unlike, like, for instance, concrete, which concrete is usually like very problematic in the sea, you know. But like, let's say, I mean, I'm very inspired as well by Jillian's project and your project in terms of like how you guys like all this research is informing your projects, yeah, like whether it's the wind, yeah. But for us, it was very kind of like, okay, we need to kind of prevent sand to accumulate there, so we needed to kind of like prevent that, and we needed to give pocket spaces, and we needed to have it lifted up over the ground, and that was it. So it was actually only a few parameters, and then the other parameters was really fabrication, you know, and that it's not going to break, and because they're quite big, yes, they're kind of 60 centimeters big, and so and again, like the material has its own mind in a way, you know.
Right, and you show these fantastic images of how the tiles are evolving now as they engage with the corals. Do you foresee any changes there? Do you like foresee how this transformation could happen throughout the project, or it was more of a try?
Actually, I was super surprised that, I mean, but even the marine biologists, they were super surprised like that. They said, like, they were in the very beginning. They said, "Oh, can we do it in concrete or so?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And then they saw what I was doing with my pavilions, and they were like, "Oh, that is actually even better, because ceramics has been for long actually material in marine biology to test actually biodiversity, for instance. You know, like and so that they said, "Oh, that's perfect." Yeah, and then they tested it in their aquarium, how it worked, and they kind of saw already like that it's really attracting kind of this biofilm and so. But I was really like impressed when I saw the first images like that they really turned into a totally different environment. Yeah, I mean, now you can't almost recognize them anymore, you know. And so they're really like they're transforming into something new, which I think is very, very beautiful in a way.
On this notion of accumulation, sedimentation, and porosity, Jillian, your work was mentioned a few times there. But if I could pivot from maybe Christian's answer, which is a bit technical and focused on the idea of nature, and you weren't given a lot of time, all of you were kept pretty short. The Salton Sea is a fascinating cultural reality, which you alluded to. But I wonder if you could speak to, because I love the idea of dust as a notion of ruins and as an archive and these sort of things. Like when you start to think about this wind catcher sort of idea of as an archive or almost as a museum to not just of the dust, but of what the US did to that region and what that is. Can you speak to the cultural legacies that you conceive of when you deal with the work and how that relates to how you drive design and ideas?
Sure. I don't really know where to start with that. So I guess about the communities there. Well, maybe one thing to say is the work has already kind of evolved into being more actually really similar to Jose and Mateo's project, where it's becoming almost like a park scale and how to deal with the waterfront. So this public policy group that I'm working with pretty much wanted to change the narrative of the Salton Sea. Can you hear me? Am I frozen? Oh, okay. Wanted to change the narrative of the Salton Sea away from this idea of like the ruin porn of after 1960, where now it's been kind of exponentially growing in population. So the idea is that pretty much along the North Shore is getting really dense. So some of these kind of more activist groups want to integrate the community by kind of bringing people back to the shoreline, but not about the tourists themselves, but just about like creating or like a greening of what that space will be of the receded shoreline. So in that way, when Jose and also Mateo, when the two of you were presenting, it was almost like giving me ideas of wilderness, but also this idea of like all of the public amenities that become attractors to vitalize the space that would be empty otherwise.
I'm just going to ask this one open-endedly. I wonder how any of you talk about, because the notion of time has been discussed in all of the work, and of course it exists in traditional forms of practice or more progressive or however. But I wonder about how the notion of time, if one of you wants to pick up on the idea of how it's affected the way you think about design. I think more traditional, especially within architecture, and I think landscapes may be a bit different in its way of perception, and maybe urban design a little different. But how you think differently about design, how you think differently about time, and how that relates to how you design in the present. And I'll leave this one intentionally open instead of directing it towards anyone who wants to pick that up.
Right. So, I mean, I would start with this to just kick this off. So, yeah, traditionally, one will, as an architect, will think about the project as a finished object, like just the inauguration moment, and that's it. But projects have a longer life, and it's interesting to think about, and it's becoming critical to think about the life cycle of all these different materials, and like actually, what happens throughout its over time. And it was interesting to see in all your projects how there's an evolution. The projects per se, they are not understood as kind of static elements. In our particular case, for instance, for the summers, we had to deal with the water as a dynamic element, and different parts of the project were meant to be flooded. So we have to look at the project and see how it will react and will be informed by this element, and also how in which areas we could intervene, then where we could place floating platforms, and actually how the project will look in relationship to this dynamic component. So for us, time is becoming a critical element. Understanding the projects per se, that they evolve over time, and they change. So how can we maybe not foresee what's going to happen in the future, but like try to, in many cases, come up with the strategies that will allow the buildings or the strategies to be more reversible, malleable, and have more of a flexible system to be able to react to the future changes, I would say.
On that regard, I'll pick up on the discussion of the idea of craft, which I think Christian kind of touched on, but then I'm going to kick it to you, Mateo. How these emerging technologies, obviously Christian's work very much relates to it with robotics and that sort of idea. But I wonder, when you think of the notion of craft, because you're talked about one of the more ancient parts of China in that particular work. I mean, you can speak about your other works, but how do you think of the role of craft as technologies are moving faster, or maybe they're not, but it seems like they are? And how do you think that affects the way you think of the way you practice the work and the way your work is evolving?
Well, it's a tough one. So I think that, certainly technology has enabled us to do things that basically we were not able to do, years ago. I think that when it's in particular, it is applied in the discipline like in projects, like the one by Christian, could actually make a ton of difference, as well as in the project of Gillian. monitoring situation, visualizing information, and learning about climate. I think that all that we do from a technological standpoint is really, really necessary. Otherwise, we won't be able to do any of these things. When it comes down to architecture, I think that, of course, technology is important, but I mean, sometimes in our work, I mean, especially in the practice, not Space Travelers, but the other practice I work with, sometimes we are in the later project, we are reusing things, saying that are technologically advanced, but definitely are not technologically advanced. You know, a lot of sustainability tips, let's say, and tactics are extremely old in time and are made with really not poor, but elementary systems. You know, for example, I don't know. We are starting. Of course, we are. It is engineered wood, but we are working a lot with wood architecture. That is not necessarily something technologically disruptive. But it's something that can help us to reduce the footprints of what we build. So I have a kind of a I don't know how to say, not bad relationship with technology, but I'm still scared about it and where it can where it can bring us if it's unleashed and not well controlled. Let's say. I don't know if I answered your question. I hope so.
I think you did fine. You never, as an academic, I can say I never expect the students to understand the question because I usually am just seeing what kind of answers I can get, if I'm really honest. So if you answered it with your thoughts, then you understood the question for you. On that, I'll switch it around. I really like, Jillian, that you brought up the role of community. Which is something that when we talk about a lot of these issues, we get so focused on environmental issues in these sort of realities. Sometimes we forget that human beings live in these spaces and we're not just dealing with it, so we forget. And so then I want to crack it open again. I don't know, Jose might be the most obvious to pick it up, but I think the role of community as you try and deal with these kind of wicked problems or global issues in the end. And I know you spoke about it a bit before, Jose, or again, Christian, if you want to pick it up, you can have fun with that too. But the notion of community when you're trying to solve a global scale issue or reflect on these larger issues, at one point you have to, as someone who grew up in a small conservative town in the US, sometimes speaking to those individuals and their perception on these global realities, they have a different feeling about it, let's say politely, than maybe some of us who are more concerned, I shouldn't say concerned, concerned with those issues. I wonder about the kind of, let's fix the planet versus the local community and how some of you have tried to resolve what can sometimes be a difficult way of managing that if you really want to implement something.
I could have said something to craft probably, but the community is not sure.
We'll come back to craft then. Go for it, man. Your work, because I know some of your other work, you definitely can speak on craft. You don't, I mean, the moderator sometimes asks dumb questions. What are you thinking, Christian?
Well, what I think like it's interesting in my work or what I'm doing right now is that it's, technology. What is the famous wording again? Technology is the answer. No, but what is the question? Yeah. By Cedric Price. Yeah. I think that's a very important question still. Yeah. Like what do we want with this technology, and what can it do for us? Yeah. So I think it needs to kind of, now we have to kind of answer like what this, for ourselves, for everyone, for himself or herself, what the technology is supposed to do, For me, it's kind of like, I think it enables me to be extremely creative, yeah. And what I don't want to use it almost like as a solution to a problem necessarily, but rather work with it in parallel, yeah. Like, so there's some sort of a kind of a craft, I would say, I'm developing like with my 3D printing, yeah, which is like informed, of course, by my expertise, but as well by the machine, by the algorithm, by all kinds of things, yeah, and which is starting to become like a craft on its own, yeah, and I would say it's actually it's very different to what modernism did, yeah, when modernism put technology on a pedestal and kind of like wanted to have like the idea of standardization, yeah, to kind of like make everything standard, and standard was basically the big thing, yeah, and now we have like actually computation, computers which can kind of compute all kinds of solutions. We have robots, we have drones, we have all kinds of things. And so the question is like, we're actually moving away from all these standardization and having really these new unique solutions, I'd say, yeah. And that's what I would like when I'm thinking about technology and craft, like that somehow there's an opportunity that architects, designers can really develop their own, very own craft by themselves, you know, like whether it's through computation or whether it's through making or so, you know, and I'm very fascinated by that idea, you know, and as well to kind of like there's a collaboration with the machines, you know, like to create unique solutions.
I think the notion of collaborating with the machines I'm quite fond of, and brings back to the role of kind of what is community. But I think we're heading towards the last bit here. I think we have just a few minutes left. But I guess I liked, Christian, that you spoke about kind of how you see the work has evolved, because I also know your previous work was not necessarily at this scale at all. You were dealing with mass housing, but I believe a lot of the tools you used actually did, ironically, or maybe not ironically, completely apply to suddenly underwater and kind of micro, right? So the skill set you were developing through parametric tools and these sort of things actually evolved in a very unseen manner. Is that fair to say, Christian?
Fair to say, I would say, yeah. No, I mean, I think it's still all very intertwined, you know. Like, I mean, I have done this research on housing, and I mean, I wouldn't call myself like an expert or so, but I mean, I know quite a bit about housing, and I'm teaching it a lot, yeah, like here at HKU. So, but I like, especially like there, it comes in like the idea of repetition and difference, and like, and how we kind of apply these tools, like, so like, but all of these, all of that is still informs as well the work I'm doing now, you know, like, so it's not, they're not separated, you know.
And on that, if we're heading towards the end, I guess I'd like to give you each to maybe say a last word, a bit like that, of how you see your practice or way of operating or projects going forward. What are you looking for next? What do you think you've learned from this project you spoke of today that could apply? How is your work evolving? And maybe I'll suggest, Jose, maybe you take the first pass at that very open-ended question. And Matteo, you can pick it up next. And I'll give Jillian the last word, I think, if that's okay.
Sure. Well, I think that it comes down a little bit to the role of, let's say, academy that you enlightened before. I always feel like thrilled when I can, I mean, despite sometimes I see academies as a little bit detached from real life, I think that these occasions to, you know, to speak with people that have really brilliant ideas, it's really interesting. So concerning space travelers, what we would like to do is first to have more of these possibilities to, you know, to enlarge our background and to learn new stuff from other people that we meet, let's say, in these situations. And if I would say what I would like to, you know, to do in a few years, certainly I would like to, you know, to be a little bit more involved in climate change related project as Julian is doing, because I think that despite how much banal it sounds, it's really the defining problem of what we are living now. So the bridges that I propose is not necessarily something climate friendly at all, but at least it has some hints about, you know, climate resiliency and you know, floating survival strategy. I would definitely like to be more involved in this kind of projects, as well as you know, push the research that we do further on, and try to diversify as much as possible what we actually design. So dealing with really different topics, let's say.
Gillian, go for it.
Okay, so I guess the way that I work is like kind of start with a research project, and then it's like having a goal in mind for what that project is, and then finding people to work with who have that same, I guess, like mission. And what I've learned with the Salton Sea project is, I guess, like the project itself has really changed scales. It kind of began with a scientist who studied dust, and then kind of like through grant funding, I met public policy people, and then it changed into this like master plan scale. So it's interesting to kind of see how those scales link together. But I also kind of wanted to return to what you were asking before too, Jason, when you were talking about community, because one thing that the community has been really concerned with that I don't really know how to solve is everyone's concerned with their land value. So as the lake shrinks, like the property values go down, and like what's the economy that they're going to thrive on. And one of the ideas that I guess like the governor and the state level has been kind of playing with is like lithium extraction, which is like kind of brings us back to technology, and that this idea that technology always comes with a shadow, and it's just a matter of like who and whose yard that's in and where that is. So I don't know what I'm learning. I'm still trying to figure out how like architecture fits into the master plan, and how that fits into how the city sees themselves. But it seems like it's this interdisciplinary effort where people are kind of talking past one another's, and they're different entities of what people want. But I think they are important projects thinking about climate resilience in the future, because as Matteo was saying, that's kind of the future for all of us. So that was very long-winded, but
I guess I'll go next. So yeah, in relationship to your first question about communities, I would say that it's actually quite important. We had this kind of overall vision of the project, like kind of bridge the gap, renaturalize, and then at some point we got there in Cluj, and we have all these public debates, discussions with the community, and we also realized that you know, it was important to face those kind of specific problems that the community had, because at the end the project is this kind of huge urban connector that serves as a catalyst for all these communities to kind of engage and gather. So it was quite useful for us to like put our boots there on the ground and kind of face the more specific challenges and see how the project should be adjusted to be also giving that specific answers. And then what we have learned about this project, well, I guess a couple of things, because we have been working on it for the last 4 years, for quite a while. So for us, since it's a very large project, we have realized that the role of the architect is not obvious, as many of you already know. It's not just, as you can imagine, spending like 90% of the time just sketching and making drawings and designing. There's a crazy amount of coordination involved. In this project, we have a team of 20 engineers, hydrology engineers, roads engineers, ecologists, sociologists, and somehow, and at some point you realize that the kind of the architect has the role of like kind of putting all these ideas together and like coming up with an interesting result. And also I would say also the scalar scale issue, as Gillian was mentioning. Yeah, our project is very large, but also at the same time we're working on very small scale details, and then you realize that kind of the way we look at the project, that kind of main vision, renaturalize the river, or kind of bridging that gap, at the end of the day kind of relies on like one-to-one details, like, okay, where do you place the bench? What's the materiality of the bench? How do you do the details? At the end of the day, that's critical for the people to be able to use it, and also look at the river in a different way, and also achieve kind of those main strategies that you were looking at. So in a way, working on all these skills at the same time, I think is critical for the success of a project.
Well, with that, I think I'll bring it to a close. I like the kind of reflection at the end there on the notion of collaboration, not just with humans, but even and with community that includes machines. And in the end, when we're talking about these large global issues, in reality, we're talking about the collaboration with the planet and other species in and of itself. And on that notion of collaboration, I think I'll close it down here unless someone wants to step in, but I'll thank the Strelka Institute. It's been a pleasure to host this and be a part of the discussion. And thank you to each of the speakers, Mateo, Jose, Jillian, and Christian, who I'll probably see in the elevator at HKU in a couple of days. But with all of that, thank you very much to everyone, including the technical support and all of those realities. Everyone have a lovely afternoon or day or evening, depending on when you see this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Blanca Garcia Gardelegui. I'm currently collaborating in the ETH Zurich in the chair of architecture and urban design. And today we will be discussing radical care. I will be from Zurich. I will be representing the Colombia team, which is partly sitting in Colombia with Diego Cerezuela Wiesman, and partly sitting in Zurich at the ETH. And I let Professor Klumpner, who will present himself.
Yes. Hello, everybody. This is Hubert Klumpner. I'm very excited to be here, co-hosting our Radical Care session. And we're doing this as a collaboration with Strelka, of course. And what you're going to see is actually work that we're developing both in academia, but in our sense, it is very important also to be in the real world, agency, action, activity, contemporary art, architecture. So we do this also with our office, Urban Think Tank Next, on site. And let's go into it, Blanca.
Okay, super.
So our ideas about future cities are like this. When I was a kid, this is actually Scala magazine that I saved when I was a little boy in the 1970s. And I was fascinated by these images at the time. But if I look at them now, I think a lot of the promises from that time are fulfilled, others not. But our cities look completely different. And what I want to point out to you is our project of reimagining cities. We need to reimagine how cities look, how they work, and how we live in these cities. And that is what we want to share with you today. It's a wake-up call of sorts with this image from Athens that we took in the 2015 crisis when we worked on a book together with the Onassis Foundation, 100 Ideas for Athens, which was an exciting project. But I think this call, this wake-up call, is as relevant now as it was then, because this economic crisis at the time has turned into a global crisis of climate and a global crisis also of pandemics. And we have decided a long time ago to work in those crisis and conflict zones in Latin America, in South America, in South Africa, in the Balkans, and be doing this from Zurich, but also from Medellin, where we have our second office. I don't have to say much to this picture, but it should show us also one dilemma that I think architecture and urban design has at the moment. And I'm saying this in the words of Raúl Mehotra, a great friend and colleague at the Harvard School of Design, and his message that I love and embrace a lot is that the biggest problem is that we look for temporary problems into permanent solutions. And this image from demonstrations, political manifestations in Caracas, my second hometown, shows us also that structures that are built for one use, in this case transportation and highways, can and will work for other uses. So perhaps, and this is the question here also, architecture is not only about building, but it's also about reprogramming, unbuilding, rethinking, and reimagining, most important in these times of crisis and times of conflict, our world. So I don't know what you did last summer, but I was en route in South America, but also between Switzerland and Vienna, where we curating the Vienna Biennale for Change, the architecture and urbanism part, together with another partner of us, Melanie Fessel and Christoph Thun-Hohenstein. And while I had to move back and forward, I passed off the highway the city of Hallein in the south of Germany on the border to Austria. And the pictures that we saw here on the left, I took that picture, are so similar to what we are normally used to in these crisis areas. In the other picture is actually from Venezuela after a big landslide. And I think this wake-up call that I proposed to you also resonates with these images. We are not prepared, or even in the Western world, what we are in right now. And it also should pull us together stronger. It should pull us together not only in our thinking and in our reimagination, but it also shows, and this is what we're going to present you today, actually two elements. One about tools and methods that we are developing and building by ourselves in our workshops, and then the application of those tools and messages and methods, in this case with the Ashton Climate Fund in Colombia and also in other parts of the world. And this part will be presented then by Blanca. But before we go into it, we're going to look at a little film, please.
Urbanization processes are rapidly changing the lives of millions of people, from citizens to internally displaced migrants and refugees in many different cities of conflict in Colombia. Exceptions and extremes are the rule in Latin America. While some urban areas are filling up with extreme density, others are staying behind and are becoming places of abandonment, where young people have to leave their neighborhoods behind. All this despite the great opportunities of urbanization that are challenging Western ideals of normality. As architects working in Colombia, we believe we need to pay much greater attention and care to help solving some of the most pressing social and ecological problems, like forced migration, inequality, lack of education, healthcare, crime, housing, and natural disasters in all the major cities in Colombia. We design an architecture of inclusion, translating the abstract goals of the SDGs and calling for greater agency, constructing stakeholders that legitimate decision-making processes. The peace process in Colombia, as you probably know, has come after 50 years of civil war. Not only is needing the design of new cities, but also the design of dialogue, methods, and tools through, like Hubert was saying, analysis, hypothesis, and prototyping. Both at the chair of architecture and urban design at the ETH Zurich and in our office, Urban Think Tank Next, we have created the 8-year-long process, Urban Transformation Program Colombia, providing a concrete opportunity and a living example of what such projects could look like. We take the Corredores Verdes, climate corridors, allowing circular systems connecting air, soil, building, and people in one urban space, and lined up with projects like Fábrica de Cultura, which we're now seeing, the School of Arts and Popular Traditions. And by combining teaching, researching, and making, we're making our projects into developed, carefully crafted prototypes.
Thanks, Blanca. So this is an exciting project that our Medellin office with Diego and Alejandro Restrepo, and a big team of young architects and researchers is developing. And we have found actually that as architects, we can not only concentrate on taking the design briefs that somebody developed and working on them. So a big part of our time, as you know, goes into analysis. This project on Torre David, developed with my former partner Alfredo Brillenburg over many years, has been a lighthouse of what it means to do this analysis. So analysis is at the core of starting a project. But we also need more. We need to go forward, please. We need to go into hypothesis. Hypothesis means that as designers, as architects, we need to go beyond intuition and build actually, and this is what we're doing at the moment, digital twin models to simulate and make the hypothesis real. We have to test what the consequences of our projects are and how to turn this hypothesis in what we call our process of prototyping, that we demonstrate here always with pictures that show you already the manufacturing of those prototyping. So it is not enough to make a one-off. That's actually easy, we found. The hard thing is, and this is the business that we went in as an agency, is finding the finances, putting the partners together, building the programs, rounding up, rallying the people. Participation is not an easy thing. It is not after one meeting, but to really build legitimate stakeholder participation and bringing that also together with political decision makers into policies that go far beyond the project that we can attend on site. So this is our message to us. And we also think we need to combine at the same time our concern and our care for the social with our ecological issues that are so big at this moment. So how are we going to do this? How can we share with you our insights, and how can we also share with you our outputs? Again, a project already a couple of years back done with Urban Think Tank is a playground in Barcelona. The mayor of Barcelona, obviously a rich and wealthy city, has invited us with a team of other projects around the Miralles Foundation with Benedetta Daglabuie to program public space, empty, large, huge public space. And what we are actually experimenting, and we're sharing these pictures with you, is that we need much more stakeholders and people being able to use our spaces. So what looks at the first glance as a playground, it was designed as hopscotch, you all know the game that kids draw with chalk up on the street, to make it really livable, experienceable, and turn it into a new image for our cities. We figured out that we need a roof, we need light, we need to add other spaces, and we need to come together in collaboration with more partners and people. This project has been developed, for instance, out of recycled sails. We are at a city at the sea, recycled metal. We built with Martin Rauch from the Earth Soil and Clay Company. We built in workshops those artifacts and prototypes, and then we obviously turning them into something which became more mobile, Blanca, which became more mobile. We found that the static testing is not enough, and we developed this Studio Mobile during the Corona time. You know, we had to leave our offices behind and our university spaces behind, and we did not want to stay in a home office. We said in our idea of agency, we have to take the streets, we have to go out on the streets. And what we built here, what we thought about and what we designed and constructed in our own workshops. So we have started also to build our work. I think this is also an important step because this prototyping requires a lot of very close relationships with a digital craftsmanship and digital fabrication. So we designed again out of recycled sails from the Atlantic with a sail maker this time in Salzburg, Austria, with Andrea Seidel. We designed actually a gasoline station for the post-fossil age. Just think about a gasoline station in Moscow or anywhere in the world. Think what that is today, and take away the gasoline, take away the pumping of gasoline. We have found that these places are the most bustling, locations in cities, both in rural and in urban areas. So gasoline stations without gasoline become think tank station for education, and also for us, for this idea of analysis, for this idea of hypothesis and theory building, and actually building those projects. So we're building this ourselves. We go out, we design digitally, but we don't hand this design over. We develop it hand in hand to make an exciting large-scale infrastructure that is moving around in the street, and we are attending there and making meetings, something that we have been learning from smaller scales, as you can see here in an installation with Jung and Noon, two Korean artists, where we started to experiment with rickshaws that can project films, that can also tape interact with populations to create real stakeholder analysis. And we also called this an urban agora. And that was at this time also in the museum space of the Löwenbräu, but it was time to go and take the streets with these elements, as you can see here. Blanca. So this is actually here the Biennale in Vienna. You see the Museum of Applied Arts behind. And we took the exhibition we designed by calling on more than 100 of our best friends and colleagues who contributed projects from elsewhere Bakel in Israel, going around the world basically, to people like Teddy Cruz on the West Coast, to Asia in Shenzhen with the Shenzhen Biennale, with Doreen Hang Liu and other projects. We brought them in the frame of the Biennale, and we confronted the people on the street. Next. We confronted the people on the street with those projects and the validity of the projects in Vienna. So we brought, for instance, the mayor of Medellin and our team from Medellin to Vienna to test with the Ashton Foundation concrete projects like the climate corridors, and how they would benefit in a completely different climate zones, how they would benefit to the city. And we brought in both stakeholders from the city of Vienna, but also other stakeholders. Next, please. But also other stakeholders. And we brought these experiences from the streets back into the museum space online. So you could see where we're moving around with different groups. We avoided the center. We went to the periphery. We went to Favoriten, a 200,000 people migrant community. We went to the markets. We went to where the people are who are not going into the museum. And we developed this with an interactive sculpture that we also built, programmed, and designed ourselves. And with that, I'm showing you just a few glimpses of the projects of the exhibition that stretch from Ursula Biemann and Anne Lackaton, with students of the ETH in this case, designing an indigenous decentral university in the jungle, and we translating these ideas, bringing them together with other projects, like for instance, the idea of permaculture, how to retain water in the countryside, but also in the city. We think we have to bring down this also legal framework, separating forests, for instance, from cities. There are two completely legal frameworks in cities, and we're working also on policy recommendations together with these teams, much like in a chess formation. We're working with a lot of different peoples as partners to develop these projects. And we turned these learnings through these climate corridors. Next, please, Blanca. Through these climate corridors, you can see all these projects in the Vienna Biennale in a dense tour de force. Forbes magazine wrote that it almost explodes the spatial possibilities of the Biennale because we packed it with so many projects, but it works as an archive that we share openly, open source. You can use it, but also obviously we are using it, like in this Ashton Fund project. And I give you now again Blanca to show you how we do this with the Studio Mobile, how we go out on the streets and how we translate this in the project in Colombia, to close the circle from the video, the project you already saw, with how to actually get that done. So please, Blanca, take it on. Thanks very much.
So a little bit to follow what Hubert was saying, we're working a lot with the Urban Transformation Program Colombia with transfer knowledge that goes in both directions. So for example, there's the initiative of green corridors that was developed with the ARCHDAILY Climate Fund in Medellin, but we're also applying this same project to different cities in Colombia and even to different cities in the world in general. So here you can see the green, the climate corridor that was developed in Medellin, and then the one in Barranquilla as well. But it's also a project that we're somehow bringing into other coastal cities from the Caribbean Sea with the Urban Transformation Program Colombia. This is, so we take any coastal city on the Caribbean Sea, Barranquilla, Cartagena, Santa Marta. In this city, you can see that originally there was around the lagoon, there was a system of water that was absorbing all the flooding that was happening around the lagoon. So there was a mangrove ring, a vegetation that would absorb all the flooding and was somehow saving the coastline. Last year, as it happens in the flooding season very often, there were very extreme floodings that put all the vulnerable population into very high risk conditions, as you can see. So all the informal settlements that were along the coast, because this mangrove ring had been taken away and had been built over, they were put at very high risk, they became very high risk areas. So in our project that was developed in the beginning as a teaching format, but that is now being transformed into a real constructed prototype. So this is a little bit what we are now aiming to do. So we are rebuilding this mangrove ring that was originally there. We're bringing a new infrastructure ring that will connect all the different developments, and we're also working with these new developing cities that are built in a higher level. So Ciudad Bicentenario, it's being built 8 meters above the sea level right now. And then we're also using this, instead of building around the lagoon, we're leaving this mangrove ring around the lagoon, and then we're rather building around these canals that come out of the lagoon. So we think this is a way to recuperate all the area. Instead of bringing a coastal city to higher development, we rather want to build in this radial canal system. So this is also part of the teaching that we have done in the ETHZ. So this is an example of what this green corridor could look like as we rebuild the mangrove and the canals are recuperating these stretches of land. And this is an aerial image of, it's from 1920, and it's what the area around the green corridor used to look like. So you can see it in green coming out of the river. And this is a picture, an aerial view of what it looks like today. So the corridor where we want to develop this this climate corridor has doubled, has widened twice its size. So you can see also in this picture, in the left, you can see the abandoned tobacco factory, which was not being used. This is 2012, so it was before the widening of the street. And this is what it looks like now. So as you can see, the street is now, Carrera 50 has been widened because of the flooding. But of course, this widening has not really solved the issue. It has rather created a heat island, as there's almost no trees, and rather there's also not so many people utilizing the space, so it's almost only vehicles that are using it. And now, as we always do with our process, we going back to our Studio Mobile. We're actually going with the Studio Mobile to the street to take qualitative and quantitative data and to develop our projects based on this. So our climate corridors can be based on both this qualitative and quantitative data. And we're trying to see how we can open these climate corridors to the existing water canals that are underneath them. This is a small, you can see a little bit how important it is also for us, the process and implementation steps through time. So how we're always working, not only that a project is just done, but also so that it can be appropriated and worked with the citizens. We're always working with these implementation steps, no? So how the water corridor can open up and become a climate corridor. Here on the left, you can also see again the the Col Tabaco factory, which we're also giving a new use to it. This is our programmatic intervention, because we're also working a lot with programs. As the projects are not, the briefs are not given to us, but we're rather creating the programs we think are needed. This was one of the studies we developed, going there, studying what we think would be necessary. This is a photo of the carnival in Barranquilla, which is very important, is UNESCO heritage, part of Barranquilla. It's a very important thing, and we wanted to base our program studies on this very much, but also a lot on this digital craftsmanship, which we also believe is very important for the future of Barrio Abajo. This is an image, a visualization of Fábrica de Cultura before it was built. And here you can see all the sustainability and the environmental development that we're designed, that we have been developing with Transolar and with other local engineers. And here you can see already the green corridor and how it's attached to Fábrica de Cultura. So how they're both somehow connected. So Fábrica de Cultura is a bit becoming this important core of the green corridor that we're developing in the project. And this is a picture already of the built Fábrica de Cultura with Col Tabaco. So for us, it was very important also to recuperate this abandoned tobacco factory. And together with Fábrica de Cultura, we're creating a complex where we will develop that. It's the most important thing is the carnival. We're bringing carnival to the main core of the program. So all the craftsmanship that was very important in Barrio Abajo, in the neighborhood, will now have a center where people will develop it and will be able to work through it. The square will also become a very important public core for the whole green corridor and for the neighborhood of Barrio Abajo. This is a little bit the stair that goes up in the central space of Fábrica de Cultura, and underneath you can see the vault underneath that the stair is floating on top of. It's also holding an auditorium for 400 people, where it will also become a very important space for all the stakeholders and for all the process that is also very important in our program. Here you see two different photos on how the urban space around the building is also changing. You can also see a little bit the relationship between the new building of Fábrica de Cultura and Col Tabaco and the abandoned tobacco factory, which will also be reused, and where there will also be all this digital craftsmanship program. And this is the square. And I will leave this last slide maybe for Hubert to maybe say some.
Thank you, Blanca. Perfectly presented. And the Studio Mobile is actually something that we help to scale up. So if anybody is interested in, we're sharing the knowledge about it and around it. And we see many of them traveling around. We will stay in Vienna, but tomorrow, Monday, we are actually going with it to Sarajevo. We have a mandate to design the urban development plan to Sarajevo on the basis of what you just saw. Bringing the Corredores Verdes with the important work of the Ashton Climate Fund to test also how a project developed in the tropics, in the mountains, how that could play out in the temperate climate of Sarajevo in the Balkans, an area which is very close to us. I'm just sitting here in Vienna, so it's about 700 kilometers southeast from here. And we think that we have to support in more collaborations cities, because the experiences that cities have made that are so important and always discussed by architects are not fast enough and eloquent enough and based on science, but also on design brought into the frame of other cities. And this is basically what we are doing here. And we are looking forward very much to engage with you in the discussion and the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation also, and for your hard work, Katia and Maria.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Наби Агзамов. Я специалист по
Hello, my name is Nabi Agzamov. I'm the expert on sustainability in Strelka KB, and today I will be talking about the adoption of the urban environment to the consequences of climate change. In the 20th century, our notion or vision of the future was based on high skyscrapers, flying cars, tons of cars, flying vehicles, flying everything. And we believed that eventually we'll be coursing through the skies amongst tall buildings and will be super futuristic and pretty, just like in a fiction movie, like in Back to the Future. But today we do realize when we speak about the future that this is the future of the cities. We have to be talking about the consequences of climate change, such as fires, forest fires, floods, heat waves, hurricanes, etc. So, here's a question. What is the vision of the future of the cities? What sort of vision should we have? How should we reconsider that vision? So, speaking about the climate change and the latest report of the IPCC, we do realize that indeed there's not a single scenario for the future anymore. If in the past we were pretty much certain about the future and how it will look like, and we were designing based on one single concept of the future, today we do realize that there's a number of scenarios, the way they are described in the IPCC report, general socioeconomic options, tracks. There's certain ambiguity and uncertainty about the future. We know that there will be changes, but we do not know what are the actual consequences of those changes. We cannot tell. Therefore, the projects that we will be creating for the future, in the cities, need to be prepared for different turns of events. They need to be flexible, multifunctional, and adaptive. So as a matter of fact, we're designing projects for a number of different planets, depending on the temperature on the planet, not for one single threshold of risk, which we can measure and tell that here we need a dam, here we need a flood protection facility, here we need to build a pipe. No, we realize that we need to create something more dynamic, diverse, and prone to change, ready to different options of this planet. So, the role of an architect in this process in the 21st century, when we're facing the consequences of the climate change, if we evaluate the role, the architects will either be working in the adaptation space or in the space of prevention. Adaptation or mitigation. So what do these two notions mean? Mitigation is a range of events, measures meant for mitigation, meant to stop the processes of the climate change per se. That could be, for example, solutions for decarbonization, solutions for different sorts of agreements between countries of that sorts, rejection of fossil fuel, etc. And adaptation is the range of solutions that will help urban environment to adapt to the happening changes that we are feeling today already. And putting it simply, even if, for example, tomorrow, magically, we will completely remove our carbon footprint and make it zero, we will still have to adapt to the changes that have already happened. And events that are falling into either category do not have some particular borderline. I mean, if we speak about creating green infrastructure, or we talk about restoration of water beds, rivers and swamps, that is both adaptation because it protects urban environment, for example, from flooding or extreme rains, being a natural buffer. In the meantime, if we recreate water and swamp areas, rivers, they absorb carbon. So both events, one event falls in both categories. If we talk about more particular examples of prevention, of mitigation. I mean, we have carbon air capture, direct carbon capture from air, from atmosphere. And that CO2 can be reused. Also, if we talk at a larger scale, we can see the project of a great green wall in the African Union. That is pretty much the stripe of forestry, about 15 kilometers wide and about 7,000 kilometers long. That will be protecting the territory from the spread of from the desertification, from the spread of Sahara Desert. And if we talk about planetary scale, there's a project, for example, called Half Earth by E.O. Wilson, who is saying that half of the territory of the Earth can be used as a reserve, as a protected sanctuary. And if we speak about mitigation, some of these events are very much out there. They are not verified. They have not been verified in terms of computation. Some of these are just test ideas. We're still testing which of these will or will not work. Some of these ideas are in a way speculative, but nevertheless, there is some room here for the architects of the future who will be participating in these sort of projects and designing for them. However, if we talk about the spaces where our expertise as architects can be applied, I mean, the city, we will need to be adapting the urban environment to the conditions that have changed already and will be changing ever more. These solutions work in small scale when we talk about just green infrastructure for example, flood mitigation in a city. There's a guideline for Philadelphia, for example, which speaks that in addition to using only gray infrastructure, such as concrete collectors to control water, it is also possible to use green infrastructure, landscape solutions, which will be retaining retaining and cleaning rainwater. We can look at the Room for the River project in the Netherlands, a range of events meant to increase the beds, broaden the beds of the river, and create the space for the river when there's natural spring flooding. So instead of building a huge wall or one large dam to stop the water from entering the city, we can actually create the space in the city for the river. So we will know where the water will be, where it will stop, where it will flow, and we can use that, by the way, that broadened riverbed as a public space. When it's dry or when there is flooding, we can use that space as a buffer that is protecting the city. If we speak about regional scale, a good example here is South Bay Sponge. South Bay Sponge project in San Francisco Bay. That was one of the projects of the international competition. Resilient by Design. We see here Field Operations Bureau that suggests the concept of a sponge in the San Francisco Bay that is used as a major tool for adaptation to the climate change. I mean, this is the buffer and the protecting sponge that protects the city from the raising sea levels. So this green sponge will retain extra water during peak flooding and peak rains. That green sponge also the natural aerial for the biomes, for the flora and fauna, and also there could be a range of public spaces within. So these are the ready-made solutions, which again are flexible depending on various future scenarios. This is how it looks like. These solutions are multi-scale, that are flexible. They're not meant for only one particular turn of events. And this green infrastructure, nature capital, you name it, is based on a landscape. But When we speak about landscape in our culture, we see landscape as this beautiful paysage. Something pretty, something out there, something untouchable, unreachable, something that we can see in the gallery of art of 18th century. But this attitude to landscape as a beautiful paysage is transferred into architecture, into urban design, but we see that instead of researching and understanding the peculiarities and values of landscape, value of landscape within city infrastructure and space, instead, more often than not, we evaluate landscape because it's pretty. And we use it as a beautiful, pretty image, as a fine paysage within a city, ignoring its functional value. And starting with the end of 60s, beginning of 70s, there's this new movement rising. It began with the book Design with Nature by Jan McHarg, who suggests the idea that landscape can be considered as a tool for urban infrastructure, or a multi-layer system that must be researched and comprehended so that we could design in this territory instead of using it for beautification or just creating pretty image, only pretty image. Also, a range of important books in this movement, The Landscape Urbanism Reader by Charles von Heim, and Toward Urban Ecology by Kate Worf. Let's talk about the specifics of this book, Design with Nature by Jan McHarg. He used to be an architect. Also, he's a student of Gropius. When we speak about nature-based solution or landscape as a tool, it's important to mention the model that has been integrated by Jan McHarg. This is the multi-layered pie, which we're still using today in any pre-design analysis when we're working in software like Quantum GIS and others. So here's the idea that we can consider territory as a set of layers. Jan McHarg particularly integrated these ideas. We can observe the territory and see different nuances of the territory if we observe it as a set of layers. We can be understanding what has been happening on the territory before the uprising of the urban infrastructure, and how information about the past can impact the projects of the future. If we take a look at the notion of the vision of the future today, the city of the future today, which has adapted to the climate change, we consider here the hydraulic cycle overall in the natural state, when water can go through the process of self-purification. Underground waters are being refilled. The shoreline is fortified with the roots of the trees, etc. And then there's violation of this hydraulic cycle and balance when we dry the swamp, when we build the concrete embankment. There's more water coming from the city into the water, and it's unclean. Because the infrastructure that we planned in the 19th and 20th century was not meant for the peak rainfalls that we're having today. So runoff water is going from the city excessively into the water, and therefore we have this overfilled canalization, overfilled utilities. Water is trying to get into these pipelines that were meant for different amounts of water. And when the water is going to the river, it collects all of the oils, all of the dirt that we see, and goes right into the river. And because of the lack of greenery, because of the lack of landscape in the city, We have the heat island effect, when such materials as concrete or asphalt retain too much warmth because high thermal mass of the materials, and we can see the rising temperature within a city compared to the surrounding area. What can we do to restore this natural hydraulic circle that used to exist there? Of course, we cannot just demolish everything and bring back the nature, but we can suggest some hybrid solution: green infrastructure, the restoration of water, integration of green roofs, to return certain qualities of the landscape that used to be here today. We can use landscape as a tool. So we're using landscape as a tool, not as a pretty picture. We can return these wetlands. So here's how we used to think about the city in Moscow. We often see Moscow on a map as one line, but as a matter of fact, Moscow is a part of a complex hydraulic system with a lot of branches and influxes, streams. Half of them is at the moment underground in concrete tunnels, under the streets. And as a matter of fact, they lose their ecological value in that state. And since I've already mentioned the concrete collectors, where they are, these waters, these rivers, it's hard for them to retain the peak rainfalls that we may very much experience today and in the future. So we have been talking about how the city would look like if we used all of these underground rivers and concrete collectors, use them as a tool to adapt urban environment to the consequences of climate change, which is peak rainfalls, peak flooding, heat isle effect, etc. So we were imagining this vision. This is Tsvetnoy Boulevard in the center of Moscow. Here, how it may look like in 2050. There's Neglinka River right under Tsvetnoy Boulevard. So here's what could have been done there. If we put the water back up and restore the water, but not as just a mere canal, not as, for example, just we pop up the bottle, we pop up the collector, and here's the river, enjoy, with concrete banks. Instead, we are restoring this shoreline, this wetland. Instead of considering the border between water and land as a line, we instead create the gradient, which during peak rainfalls will retain water, and when it's dry, it will be also a decent public space and also ecological corridor and part of green framework of the city. We have also been thinking about how the Gogolevsky Boulevard may look like. The Chartary stream is underneath the boulevard during peak rainfalls. It could also retain extra water, and when the weather is dry, it would be just a sweet public space. Here's the research which has been published on our website. And many other researches have also been published there, dedicated to nature-based solutions and green infrastructure, how green infrastructure can be used to protect cities from flooding, and why Moscow needs, for example, green roofs. It's important to highlight that when we're speaking about green infrastructure, that it's becoming more efficient only when it's the part of urban strategy as a whole, a part of the climate action plan, like we see in Chicago or Philadelphia or New York City and other cities in North America and Europe. So the projects that previously could be considered as particularly engineering projects today are the projects which involve multidisciplinary team that include architects, engineers, urbanists, climatologists, ecologists. And the future dialogue will be particularly about that, about sustaining a dialogue of multidisciplinary experts to adapt urban environment to the changing climate conditions. Therefore, I thank you for your attention, and thank you very much for being with us today. Good day. My name is Olga Khakhlova. I am the architect and the co-founder of Utra architectural firm. I'm also the curator of the project called Nature in the City. Today I will be moderating the session dedicated to the collaboration of architects and scientists. Why have we picked this subject? Today's climate agenda challenges architects in many ways, including in the way of communication with scientists, researchers, labs. So today, we're going to talk to speakers about how architects and scientists may be useful to one another, specifically in the issues of urban development. So let me introduce our speakers today. Елена Голубева, PhD in biology, professor at the Department of Environmental Management of the Faculty of Geography of the Moscow State University. Good morning. Yes, hello there. Thank you for the invitation. Next, Pavel Konstantinov, climatologist, urban climate scientist, candidate of geographical sciences and dean at the Department of Meteorology and Climate Sciences at Moscow State University. Pavel, hello there. Hi. Vyacheslav Vasinyov, soil researcher, PhD, and coordinator of the Smart Urban Nature Laboratory. Hello. Good day. So, let me begin with a question to all of the speakers, kind of the introduction question. As you know, recently they've released the 6th report of the Climate Commission of Experts, and Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, called it the alarm signal for the entire humanity. So, what do you feel about it? How do you treat this sort of annotation to the report, and how this sort of report will impact those architects who build urban environment? Please share your opinion as non-architects. Yelena, please. Yes, I may begin. I feel like, I've read the report before we met. I've read it before and revised it particularly for the meeting. And I do believe that our meeting, today's, is sort of a response to the challenges listed in the report. I do believe that approximately in the 70s, when the Roman Club published its works regarding the problems of limited resources and the growth of humanity, I think back in the day, it was a very significant advancement towards more ecological consciousness, not only amongst scientists and researchers, but in the broader discourse. And since then, it's been 50 years, by the way, frightens to say, and since then ecological education and awareness advanced tremendously. And there were ups and downs, advantages and disadvantages to the process, but thanks to this ecological education and awareness, people, specifically younger generation, is very much aware of its very own responsibility and ability to do something about the condition of environment. And I believe it's very important that they released openly the report and people can read it, discuss it. And there's one more point. There are different periods in history of the civilization, and sometimes the civilization simply needs to survive. But when the life is a bit better, we want something pretty, we want to be safe and ecologically safe as well. We want to have a place to rest, we have some spare time to spend. And since about 50% of the population, world population, live in cities, in Russia officially 75% of people live in the cities, and in reality it's probably even more. Therefore, the problem of the city and how climate impacts the city is especially important. This is related not only to the work of scientists, but also economists, sociologists, theoreticians. This is a common problem that we should all care about. I see. Pavel, Vyacheslav, anything you want to say? I would like to briefly comment and leave Pavel the final word because he truly is an expert in the domain. I do believe that the sixth report, like the previous ones, establishes the problem of climate change finally and fully, because if traditionally they have considered this problem with a sort of delayed effect, like 2050, for example. But the sixth report says that we do not have time left. And as a matter of fact, our generation is facing the situation when we have to live with a changed climate. And therefore, I believe that in this context, those experts who do urban ecology and urban design need to care about two aspects. First, what we call climate adaptation and climate mitigation. So we need to adapt to the situation, and therefore urban green infrastructure is a tool with a cooling effect, microclimate forming function, and in the long term, if things go pretty much well, down the positive scenario, we're talking about climate mitigation, when green infrastructure is the tool for maintaining carbon balance, mitigation of a negative effect on the climate, and we can be creative, sustainable climate ecosystems. And there's a number of agreements like C40 that involves the largest cities who are determined to do something about climate mitigation. And probably the sixth report, like no other, points out the need for such initiatives like C40 and climate mitigation initiatives. So yeah, we need to learn to live in new reality and finally resolve it. Yes, if there's the report, then at least the summary is particularly about that. Pavel, yes, I will sum up the opinions of my distinguished colleagues. I mean, the sixth report is the harshest ever. And most importantly, we have only observed the draft of the first part. So, during a year, they will release the final version. They will release the remaining chapters and volumes, and evidently, there's going to be a volume dedicated to the city in very much detail, which will lack in previous volumes. So, in the fifth version, there were more of a drafts or sketches for urban development. There were some conferences, joint conferences of IPCC and International Association of Urban Climatologists to tie the climate changes to hot points of global warming. Because urban population exceeds rural population, and as far as I remember, by mid-century, the proportion will be 60 urban to 40% rural population globally. And of course, bearing in mind the harshness of the subject, bearing in mind very significant problems that sixth report is describing, I would like to highlight, in the context of our conversation, that sixth report will highlight a particularly new era of interaction between climatologists, ecologists, architects, and urban planners, because there will be a tremendous attention towards, as Vyacheslav said, to these two aspects, climate adaptation and climate mitigation. If we could pick, for example, 5 years ago, when, in which year we should sit down like this, and which time will be the best for that, I believe that 2020 probably is the highest time. Although we could not assume what will be in the sixth report. What a cohesive summary that calls for our responsibility. Invigorating, I would say, indeed. And consequently, I have a well-prepared question. It actually stems from what Pavel said. So, in your opinion, what are the major notions and knowledge that the architects should have to work with urban environment? Because obviously, an architect cannot know everything that you know, and you all are experts in different domains. But maybe architects should have some fundamental knowledge and fundamental awareness as a part of a professional architectural education. Yelena, what do you say? Of course, I began speaking about ecological education before. As a matter of fact, it becomes a part of fundamental education. However, if we talk about specializations, there are ecological domains that certain specialists should pay particular attention to. And that demands, first of all, common language. We need to establish a common language, and that is a common problem in many branches of sciences. People come together without any vocabulary, particularly when there's a conversation of such an interdisciplinary group. We're saying one thing, but we mean different things. We need to understand what is an ecosystem, for example, because naturally the city is a new ecosystem, which we didn't have before, and we cannot demand it to be the same as a natural reserve or sanctuary, or just any natural territory. Therefore, I believe we should be living in a cave if we consider urban ecosystem the same, on the same basis as natural ecosystem. It's a new ecosystem with new connections, with new transitions of matter and energy, and new influences, and, for example, different sort of warming impact. Then we should talk about the role of living organisms in the urban environment. That is a whole different subject, and it's not about feeding a squirrel or seeing a birch tree in the street. No, it matters from a number of different angles, and we must understand that role of living organisms in the city. Another issue, for example, now they're going to clear out foliage, fallen leaves from the streets in Moscow. Why are they doing this? Is that correct or not? Why is that happening? And there's no unilateral opinion. That is the city. We're not clearing out foliage, fallen leaves in the forest, and the forest is fine. But we don't do that. But if we don't do that in the city, that may cause the growth of parasites. We need to understand the difference between urban ecosystem and natural ecosystem. There is a difference. Or, for example, the birds who are not migrating anymore, although the instinct tells them to fly to the south because they have food here in the city. And, of course, the birds can carry illnesses. That's also a part of the ecosystem. It's good that it's good when there is large greenery in the city, but large greenery assumes predators. And I'm not saying that this is danger. I'm just saying that we need to assume that. We need to understand that urban ecosystem is the new sort of system, the new sort of environment, a new sort of phenomenon. And there are many issues related to that. Therefore, architects, just like any human being, need to increase their environmental awareness and raise the bar of their ecological qualification. And there are experts who can quickly teach about the problems, for example, of large greenery in the city. Yes. Do I understand correctly that since urban ecosystem is a relatively new and understudied phenomenon, which is now facing the climate change, and there's a ton of new data, ever-changing, so that all of us, including architects, need to increase and raise our environmental awareness. Without saying that something is good or something is bad, we just need to keep on learning and studying. Yes. Even 50 years ago, nobody even asked these questions. There was not such number of cars. There were not so many people in the cities. The problems became ever more acute after a certain critical threshold. I see. The load threshold. So, okay, let us continue to the conversation about technologies and definitions. Vyacheslav, you coordinate Smart Urban Nature Laboratory. Could you maybe briefly tell about what your lab does? Maybe tell about the technologies that you use, what sort of data you're collecting, and how those data can be used. Because indeed, that truly is smart urban nature. Literally. Yes, with great pleasure. I would like to, again, continue with the previous comment. Obviously, architects and those who work in urban administration truly need to have some fundamental conceptual knowledge about ecology, and particularly urban ecology. But the amount of data that we need to have to apply that knowledge on a daily basis, and the number of methods to collect data is so large today that the willingness to be aware and to learn is already a worthy start. But the continuation would be integration with science and research community. Now, any educational program, at least in masters, is naturally cross-disciplinary. For example, when landscape architects know about nature in addition to architecture. So the Smart Urban Nature was founded by the Department of Landscape Planning of RUDN University. I used to work there at the Department of Landscape Architecture. The idea of the initiative was that it is feasible to put together architecture approaches and landscape analysis approaches. And based on this idea, we created the Smart Urban Nature Lab. Our major mission, as we see it, is to develop technologies which are accessible and comprehensible. These tools provide quantitative and monetary evaluation of ecosystem services of urban green infrastructure. And I believe that we should, again, define the terms ecosystem services and smart technologies, because on the one hand, these are a couple of trendy terms, but everybody means something special saying this. So if we talk about ecosystem services, the concept is actually rather old. It's been existing since 60s. But ecosystem services are defined generally as a sort of good or service, something good that a person can get from the environment. This definition was specified, the qualification changed, but the point remained the same. Ecosystem services are naturally the transition of ecological knowledge to the hands-on rails through quantitative indicators and sometimes monetary indicators. The easiest example is the comparison of the capability of soil or loam to filter and clean rainwater compared to the cost of cleaning facilities, or the capabilities of a green roof to cool the building compared to the costs to do the heating and conditioning of the building. Therefore, the notion of ecosystem services has existed for quite a long time, and the notion of urban ecoservices has appeared later, but still it has been there for quite a while. But the main problem regarding the evaluation of urban services is deficit of the amount of data that we can use, because urban environment is very lively, it's very vivid, it's very non-coherent, it changes all the time. We cannot use annual median indicators for the areas of dozens and dozens of square kilometers. It just does not work for the city. So smart technologies help us to collect the data correctly on an hourly basis or on a basis of a single second. We can collect data with high spatial definition, so it can be used for particular decision making. And also, it allows to interpret data in a language that is understandable to a consumer, and that could be anyone, from a citizen to the mayor of the city. And the technologies that we have, or the technologies that are being developed today, are implying quick transition of data via Internet of Things, mainly, which is a well-known term today, and they talk about smart houses today. We have a smart refrigerator or a smart washing machine today. We can control it with our smartphone, etc., or see what's wrong with it, so we can apply a similar concept to the objects of environment. For example, the technologies that we are using to monitor the state of greenery in the city, to evaluate the services that they provide in the real time, is also based on the same approach. We have the number of sensors, which we install on trees, and we can collect data and interpret the data to make conclusions about the state of the trees, the microclimate under the crown of the trees, etc., so that we understand the conditions of the tree, how it feels, and we can also calculate the contribution of this tree and a number of similar trees into the comfort of the environment. Also, we can evaluate the soil pollution, we can estimate the microclimate, and also we can apply the range of solutions that help us to collect the data, interpret that data, and send them to the target audience via web GIS applications or in a form of a report or recommendation. So this is what we are doing. This is the task that we're solving for Moscow and other cities. Climate-related aspect is very, very interesting because Russian legislation allows us to try exciting pilots at Koilsky Peninsula in the region of Rostov, thanks to the grants of Russian Research Foundation. We're doing a lot of hands-on things. Okay, can you give an example? When can we request for environmental services, or when can we request the evaluation of ecological services? Is it at the concept stage, or there's a ready-made project and we can evaluate or compute it? When is it better to do? Based on the experience that we gradually accumulate, and the dynamics of hands-on operations is very encouraging. We began with fundamental research. Now we can talk to hands-on experts so much more, including architects, by the way. So we're facing the discussion on two stages. First, the pre-project analysis, when the territory is more or less being understood. There's a certain concept that can be applied in different ways, and ecosystem services are a criteria in that case. What is the most valuable in the territory and what is feasible to preserve or enhance? For example, natural species, soils, rivers, hydrological regime, or some things. I'm not saying that some things should be sacrificed, but maybe they can be replaced. Some natural parts of the environment can be replaced with human-made environment. And this sort of ecological booking based on the expected services is quite common. There's a number of approaches that are widely adopted internationally, and there are our very own developments. So now I have been talking about the pre-project analysis, but it's also very important and useful to do it at the design stage, if I may call it the design stage. So for example, we have the master plan already, and we understand where the buildings will be placed, where the greenery is going to be, the trees, the lawns, etc. And this document is the basis for ecosystem calculation and evaluation that we can expect from this particular ecosystem or urban landscape. I will continue with a point that is maybe not particularly related to design, but when they already finish construction and somebody has to maintain the neighborhood, We can suggest a number of solutions that help to understand, on the one hand, whether we could really expect those ecological services that we planned to receive, and how can we arrange the maintenance to get the maximum of services that we expected. So these are the 3 stages of estimation of ecological services. All of the stages, well, maybe all of the stages, but at least we highlight these 3. Okay, I would like to continue the conversation and talk about urban climate. Pavel, could you briefly describe what urban climatology studies? And maybe you could answer the following question right away. What are the fundamental pieces of knowledge that the architects should have to design projects of urban development? Well, that is a good subject. Thank you for the question, like they say at talk show interviews. I would begin with the first thing. Urban climatology, by the way, is one of the oldest branches of climatology. By the way, it's even older than meteorology, which helps us to do weather forecast. Now we have almost fully transitioned into the use of computation for that, but urban climatology is about 200 years old. And symbolically, in London, when they were simply studying different temperatures in the center of the city, and Greenwich Observatory, which was on the outskirts of the city back then, and during the next 150 years, urban climatology was in that similar condition. They studied the microclimate in the cities. They were writing books about that, and sometimes they were making just astounding conclusions. For example, the microclimate in socialist cities compared to the microclimate in capitalist cities, and they're so different. And of course, in socialist countries, they write that it's so much more comfortable to live in socialist cities in terms of microclimate, and vice versa. And this sort of research was inseparable from urbanism, which per se did not exist back then. But still, it was a part of a notion of what is happening in a city. And about 50 years ago happens this sort of scientific explosion. From descriptive technologies grew 3 branches. And those of you who listen to us today probably feel the impact of those 3 branches. So first, the science on the quality of air in the cities, that is a hot topic. Second, bioclimatology, the science about how climate impacts the life expectancy and health of the population, and people are mostly living in cities. So they study, for example, the victims of a heat wave in Moscow in 2010. That is a sad example, but when these examples are studies, we can avoid similar miserable consequences. Again, we can avoid them thanks to correct urban planning. So, naturally, that is closely related to the activities of architects and urban planners. This branch of science helps us to plan the urban environment correctly. And therefore, if I may say, save lives, because it has been proving that during a similar heat wave, different planning of a neighborhood can have a very different impact on the health of the population in different ages. Youth, middle age, older population, they are all dependent on the planning of the environment, and that planning determines the load, for example, during a heat wave. And the third branch is the interaction with urban economy. And Moscow is a good example here. If we are smart and take into account the microclimate of the neighborhoods in Moscow during winter, which we don't do, by the way, we can save a ton of money on heating, because Moscow is the largest city in the world with central heating. So we are burning a lot of fossil fuels. maybe the situation will change, but it is what it is today. And it costs tremendous amount of money per capita. And urban climatology, by the way, describes how we can heat the city in a more ecological way, how we can burn less fossil fuels, how can we have smaller carbon footprint. And speaking about interactions with future architects in the beautiful Russia of the future, here's what I should say. There is a number of good cases. For example, German case, Japanese case. The cases where urban climatology determined urban planning hand in hand. It's like Sid and Nancy, like Bonnie and Clyde. These two walk hand in hand. And there's a number of successful urban planning programs which have been described in many ways in terms of urban climatology, in terms of air quality. There is a very potent section of urban planning, particularly for architectural solutions connected to urban climatology. For example, individual buildings could be designed in a very particular way, which is specifically important for Russia when there's a wide diversity of dangerous climate phenomenon, and the number of them increased in the last 20 years, particularly strong wind. The negative consequences could be avoided, such consequences as balconies collapsing, or trees collapsing, or billboards collapsing. And there's a number of well-described cases and educational programs that connect urban planning to urban climatology. So there is a lot to learn for us in Russia, but fortunately there are a lot of good examples and cases and programs to learn from. One of our hands-on projects in the region of Rostov help us to develop a number of applications for other cities in Russia, particularly taking into account climate conditions and future climate conditions regarding the forecast, because architecture is naturally about the future, about the buildings that will be standing for hundreds of years, perhaps. And now we know quite a lot about climate risks that we will be facing in the upcoming century. Therefore, the buildings will be facing in the upcoming century. Okay, could you give a ballpark of climate risks for Moscow? Yes, with pleasure. I could be speaking about that endlessly. I wrote my PhD about that 10 years ago. The major climate risk for Moscow, in addition to what I've mentioned, is stronger wind, harsh wind. Vyacheslav, by the way, is being modest because his lab developed the prototype for wind security system in the city, which allows and will allow in the future, based on the average weather forecast, estimate the wind danger for a particular tree planted in a campus of Rudan University, for example. So we can use a mobile app for reporting that in this particular park, you should not go tonight because a tree may collapse because of the wind. But of course, the heat is also increasing. For example, heat waves like the summer of 2021 or miserable consequences of the summer 2010. Moscow is a relatively northern city, and it's actually the largest northern city in the world. So Moscow is not adapted to heat waves because the major mission was to heat the city in the winter. But now we observe what is happening in summer, the heat waves, and unfortunately, those heat waves wash away the lives of many Muscovites from the most vulnerable groups of the population. So, correct planning of the city, taking into account urban climate, does not only create comfortable environment for strolls, but naturally we save lives that way. And there are all of the methods and technologies to take that into account, not for a planning of a large neighborhood, like Kurkino, for example, but also for small particular solutions and developments. For Novaya Moskva, for example. All of the technologies are available today. We can take them, we can put them together and make some sort of consultative climatological group of experts or accumulate expertise. We can preserve the health of the population. We can preserve the lives of the most vulnerable elderly groups of population. And of course, let's not forget economic benefits, because more often than not, they forget about the issues of maintenance. If something breaks down, it needs to be fixed, and that, of course, requires money. Yes, indeed, Olga, that's obvious. And I don't want to sound cynical, but the lives of people also deliver some economic benefit. It goes without saying that every life is precious, priceless. But if we speak about economic damage of heat waves, if we translate that into the number of lives lost and calculate the economic impact of that loss, it's striking. For example, in 2010, the damage was 1.5% of Moscow GDP in 45 days. And that damage is, of course, caused by the direct economic impact and the amount of lives lost during that dangerous summer. So it's all about the health. It's all about economics. It's all about ecology. It's all about carbon-free technologies. And I believe, let me reiterate, we're discussing it right at the high time, where we do not need to look for the examples and the cases to learn from. It's obvious. Okay, let me deviate a little bit from the climate, because climate agenda is a hot topic today amongst experts, architects, specialists. But when I dug deeper into the subject of nature in the city, I have realized that apart from experts, nobody really thinks about the inner workings of urban ecosystem, the soil, the flora and fauna. And like Yelena said, it's not about feeding a squirrel in a park. It's about microbiomes. It's about the insects, which are not evident sometimes, but play a very important part. We will have to wrap up soon, but let us try to talk about this as well, so that we would, again, raise awareness, and architects who listen to us would better understand that in addition to climate, there are important areas that they need to know about and include into the development process. Vyacheslav, could you tell a few things about how the soils work in the city? And maybe Irena could comment on that and talk about biodiversity in the city, why it matters, not only at the reserves and sanctuaries. Maybe a few things to talk about. Thank you. What should I begin with? Soil. Soil is a foundation. Okay, Mr. Dokuchaev would appreciate this idea. Yes, urban soil is a very diverse and vibrant subject. And we should know and we should remember that they exist first and foremost. We should know and remember that there is such thing as urban soil. Many urban planners forget about that. And any soil does a number of ecological functions. For example, I mentioned Mr. Dokuchaev, but there's another distinguished scientist, Mr. Dobrovolsky, who again opened the faculty of soil research in Moscow Timiryazov University. So, that researcher mentioned that Soil, of course, is needed to grow agricultural products, but in the city, the function is, of course, reduced. It's not a major function. There is a number of other functions. Let's bear them in mind. The soil is the major resource for genetic diversity, for example, due to the large number of microbiomes. The soil filters and cleans rainwater. And soil also is the largest storage of active carbon. Soil is the source of carbon because the soil is breathing. So the notion of ecological function of soils is essential for architects and urban planners. Next, we should understand that people in the city are connected to the soil into one system. Urban soil, even if it's not artificial, when we fill constructions with soil, still, any soil in the city is under constant anthropogenic effect. And Pavel was just talking about heat isles in the city. These heat isles make an impact on soil as well. Recently, we released the research on the increased emission of carbon from urban soil due to these heat waves. And of course, it works both ways, because increased emissions of CO2 causes greenhouse effect, causes heat waves, and therefore more emission from the soil. It's a complex system, and soil plays a diverse role. But this anthropogenic factor is not only a threat, it's an opportunity. When I was talking about soil constructions, I mean that we can create soil for a particular task and mission that we need to execute. So we need to understand what substrates put together the soil construction, how we can create soil horizons, what are the requirements to physical and chemical properties of soil. We can use traditional approaches, we can use the most advanced contemporary models, and these models are getting only better, like in climate science as well. So urban soil is not just something that is degrading, not something that is polluted. Urban soil is a powerful tool that can solve a number of problems regarding the rainwater disposal, providing fruitful environment for greenery in the city, and we can create something new with the soil. For example, if we talk about the concentration of dust in air, it's not only dust that comes from the factories. Often, this is the dust that is being blown off from the soil due to the degradation of lawns during wind erosion. As a result of wind erosion, it's not enough to just talk about soil. We need to understand soil as a complex system and a component of a more complex urban system. Soil is a tool that we can use and achieve better results, creating sustainable ecosystems. One of the projects that we've been implementing for a 5th year in a row, thanks to Russian Science Foundation, it's called the Development of Sustainable Soil Constructions for the Megapolis. And that includes the opportunity to deposit carbon within soil. It's also possible. So briefly, I have described the notion of urban soil. Sounds very positive. Soil as a tool. Not many people see soil that way. More often we see soil as a plot, suffering plot. And we only believe that soil is good in the parks, probably. But we never consider the fact that we can artificially create these soil constructs. As far as I understand, this is certain soil composition that will, for example, have some positive effect. I think those who play golf or soccer, football, have the best understanding of what soil construction is. If you dig the football field or a golf field, you will see precisely soil construction in the up to 1.5 meters deep. Different composition, not accidental, but intentionally planned. And if you take a look at the layer of the loam at the golf field, which can be very, very thin, but with a very, very thick layer of sod, we understand that this pie is very, very complex overall. And we can do many versions of the pie. If we take a look at the body of work of a distinguished American soil researcher, Ratan Lal, and he's also the head of the Carbon Balance Carbon Management Center. So, they have been researching the golf fields in the US, and they have proven it experimentally and modeled it, that golf fields could be very good carbon storage facilities. But we've researched soil constructions alongside the roads, the highways in Moscow, and they cannot do it. So not any soil construction can be carbon repository. But when we know how it works, we can use it. Yelena, we don't have much time left for you, but we do appreciate your opinion. Yes, let me support what has been said previously. Greenery in the city, soil in the city are naturally different, and they execute different functions. I mean, they do what they can do, but we mostly care about functions that make life in the city more convenient. If we talk about the greenery that has been mentioned by both Pavel and Vyacheslav, we need them obviously in the city. We need them to decrease the number of heat isles and decrease air pollution, etc. Everybody knows that. No need to talk about that. But the issue of greenery in some special territories, protected territories in the city. There's a problem that protected territories in the cities need to be considered differently compared to protected territories in the rural areas. Of course, those protected territories in rural areas are sanctuaries that preserve biodiversity. That's obvious. But speaking about biodiversity, I would say that by all means, if we have some special rare plant growing somewhere, or we have rare species of animals, we need to preserve the conditions that will sustain that species. But it's important to preserve biodiversity of ecosystems that execute a lot of ecosystem functions. What we call ecoservices. Those are naturally eco-functions that we just use. So, if we talk about special protected territories in the city, those territories, in addition to nature preservation, also have recreational functions, which again has socio-economic significance. So, if we want to make a city convenient, if we want to avoid conflicts in the city, we must resolve this contradiction between citizens and protected territories so that people know how to behave there, and the territory must be prepared to embrace the arriving citizens so that there would be no damage, only good. So biodiversity, in this sense, maybe it's not even the major functions. Maybe my colleagues will chide me for what I'm saying, but I believe that the major function of greenery in the city is to preserve ecosystem diversity and execute ecosystem functions. And we can see it regarding the trends in landscape architecture today. This term, back to nature, low impact. So interfere as little as possible without creating some super outstanding constructions like flower beds or planters. Make it more simple. Make it in line with the mentality of the community living in the place. Do I have any more time? Yes, you do. Well, overall, I want to say this. In architecture, and particularly in landscape architecture, fashion and trends play a very important part. It's always been like this. And I believe, again, continuing what my colleagues have said, smart house, smartphone controls, and these soil constructions and rainwater functions, rainwater disposal functions via soil, rainwater gardens. Those things have been created artificially, but they improve the quality of life, and they will advance us in our lives in the city alongside the nature. I see. Again, recalling the subject that has been actively promoted in architecture community, what they call nature-based solutions. The term arrived from English language literature. It has not yet been fully transferred to the Russian language. So I would like to maybe ask you to conclude, speaking about interactions between scientists and architects. That's actually the title of our conference. We have discussed a great range of elements of urban environment that make an impact on the quality of life, on the citizens, and architects need to take those natural components into account. We have been speaking about how they can take it into account, but maybe we can talk about collaboration between architects and scientists. The conference is titled Future Architect. So, in the beginning, we were talking about this climate report, and we were speaking that there will be a huge chapter on urban design and the role of architect. Therefore, so what could be the role of architects today in terms of collaboration with scientists? Describe a perfect situation. If I may. Yes, go ahead, Yelena. I had to talk to a number of architects, and I see very interesting new initiatives at the juncture of research and hands-on activities. And I do believe that it's not that we need to be abusing architects, but the architects should know that we joyfully would like to help and join their activities. It's not that we should harass architects. For example, the PhD students mostly research city today. Everybody is interested in the city because we do live in the city. And it's not only about the natural part of it. We need to take into account the composition of urban population, the social portrait of the city. Recently, we have been conducting a research dedicated to the Vnukovo neighborhood. It's a relatively new part of Moscow, but not that new. And we were just investigating what people care the most about in these new neighborhoods. And the nearness of greenery was not that significant. People mostly cared, I cannot recall it from the top of my mind, but the first most important problems were transport infrastructure and mobility. Then people were saying that they care about noise pollution because Vnukovo is the region of airport. And again, the more greenery you have, the less noise pollution there is if they are placed correctly. And then only people were saying that they care about the nearness of greenery for recreation, etc. So there are a lot of points of juncture with sociologists, psychologists, climatologists, architects, and architects, and landscape architects and designers. So I will hand over the screen to my colleagues. Yes, here's what I can say. I would like only join my colleagues saying that communications between research community and architects is essential and positive. there's always existed this notion that soil researchers or ecologists are people with some negative agenda, criticizing agenda, inhibiting any sort of economic activities. Don't do it, it's always negative. But in the city, obviously, it's not like that. The cities are improving, changing. We all want to create comfortable environment in our cities. Therefore, putting together interdisciplinary ties between architects and other, you name it, stakeholders participating in the process. And of course, we're very interested to talk to hands-on community. We want to share our ideas, but we want to know about particular technologies, tasks, pieces of information. I think this sort of collaboration is very correct. Even in the last year or a number of years, this collaboration is booming from both directions, which is rejoicing. But we need to raise the level of communication to the level of the city and the citizens. When we talk about ecological enlightenment, when we talk about the policies of open data, when we talk about citizen science methodology, when we talk about creating a number of web resources where you can learn something, find out something about greenery or climate or soil in a city, it's very important to have those, because in the end, the role of an architect and everybody who is in charge of urban development is to create comfortable and convenient and safe environment for the citizens. So, consequently, all of these actors need to understand what the citizens need, what is good for them, and what could be done to improve this quality of life on a daily basis. Of course, it's impossible to pivot the agenda towards nature-based solutions in a day. And of course, it's good to know about the body of work of Carlo Calfapietra, and we discuss it a lot. We ask a question whether it's just agenda for EU or it's also applicable for regions in the depth of Russia. And there's no unilateral answer. But if we develop Carlo Calfapietra's agenda, we can apply it in many different ways. I believe that communication and collaboration between architects and scientists, and architects together with scientists, urban administrators, and citizens form a network that will help us to move towards the actual sustainable city, which is again promoted by UN. And today and in the future. Yes, thank you so much. Pavel, anything you want to add? Well, not much to add. Maybe my view is a bit romanticized. Maybe I see architects in a romantic way, but probably it's good. I would like to only highlight that together we can win. The role of an architect should be actually defining. If, for example, we take this structure similar to the government of the Russian Federation, architects are sort of the prime ministers, which give tasks and executive orders to the ministers. Build this, build a city like that. For example, we build a smart northern city with universities without emissions, or for example, we built a financial capital of the Eastern Europe. Moscow was claiming that role for quite a while, and still does, I guess. And there should be some sort of consortium of researchers and specialists who are saying, you guys, here it's better to build the efficient green city. And for that, you need to take into account this, this, and that in terms of climate, soil, biodiversities, and applying purely architectural knowledge and planning solutions, it is possible to develop a city here. Because normally, when they talk about advantages, they also mention disadvantages. For example, when China was going to transition to green tech in one of the northern provinces, built a field of windmills, but they made, therefore, the wind so weak then that in the large city nearby, the pollution was even worse because the air got so polluted. So green energy also needs to be applied carefully. You cannot just put the wind farm and therefore weaken the power of the wind in a particular region too much. And for example, genetics was producing horrible hybrids of sheep or cows, showing what you should not do. We should bear in mind similar examples in, for example, renewables. I see. Thank you very much. I believe that it has been an outstanding discussion. I loved this comparison of architects to the prime ministers. But of course, that's not only status, that's also responsibility. And it's important to constantly broaden the range of knowledge, broaden the vocabulary so that we understand one another. And also it's important to be able to talk to the scientists and researchers to discuss long-term consequences. And also, I believe we should care about the ability to convey this knowledge to other stakeholders, businesses, clients, citizens. Thank you for the discussion. It was very interesting, and I truly hope that scientists and researchers and architects will continue to collaborate. Goodbye. Have a good day. I also want to say goodbye and thank my colleagues. Thank Olga for moderating, for the idea of putting us together. It's been a great implementation, and I truly hope that we will not postpone our next meeting for too long. Have a great rest of the day and take care of yourself. Many thanks. We'll be glad to meet you again and cooperate with you and cooperate with architecture community. All the best. Many thanks, dear colleagues. It's been great to talk to you, and let's continue. Bye.
So we've just listened to several scientists about their opinion on the new role of the architect. And now we are joined by Yasha Grobman, Dean of Faculty of Architecture and Town Planning of Technion, Israel Institute of Technology. Hello, Yasha.
Hello.
Hello. So I will start with the same question that I asked other speakers. It's about the IPCC report. So the last report is 6th edition on climate change. Antonio Guterres, UN General Secretary, called a wake-up call for all mankind. So what is your opinion on how the conclusions of this report affect the architects, especially those related to the urban development projects?
First of all, hello everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for Olga for the question, and for Masha for the organization. I'm very, very happy to be here. I'm speaking right now from Israel. And as for your question, I believe that the report sheds light on several ideas that were out there for a long time, but did not receive what I think is loud enough voice. I think the first notion is responsibility. We architects and landscape architects are responsible of the environment and need to take responsibility and stop hiding behind, laws, builders, investors, money, as we do recently. The second one is the notion of urgency. We all understand that we have a problem. Like they say in English, Houston, we have a problem. And I believe that the importance of urban space, especially green space, was really dramatically highlighted both by this report, but also by what we see recently, in light of COVID and climate change, with all the recent disasters. We need to, I think, rethink the apartment, for example, rethink the building, rethink the neighborhood. We need to, as you probably know, we spend more time in our apartment, in our building, in our neighborhood. It's not just living and sleeping. We need to rethink how we consume the environment. We need to have more mixed use within our environment. We need to have a more social mixture. And we need to think as a neighborhood, not as a sleeping neighborhood. I'm sure you in Russia, as we in Israel, has this huge sleeping neighborhood that basically are empty during the day. And now with COVID and with the disasters that struck in different areas, people understand that they need to have a self-sustained areas. So to sum up, I think that it calls architects to look for a new revolution, or basically a paradigm shift, similar to the one that brought modernism. We need to be creative. We need to think outside the box because we face new problems that were not there. And that's why we need a new type of solution, both architectural, cultural, and social.
Yeah.
And, if you ask me what type of solution, I would say stop thinking of the building as an object, and maybe shifting to an idea of what Stan Allen called the architecture field, or thinking of everybody as a field that has connection. Stop thinking of a human-centric environment, anthropocentric environment, and start thinking of other stakeholders. These are the direction that I think that this report emphasized for architects.
Thank you. I really like your point about other stakeholders. I mean, not others, human stakeholders, but not human. And also this urgent question, the urgency point is it's quite difficult. I mean, we don't have enough time to think out of the box. Yeah, so my second question will be about interaction of architects and the scientists, because one of our speakers, he's a climatologist, he said that he sees the role of the architects, especially in this urban development project, as a prime minister of the government, where the ministers are the scientists. So the architect leads the scientists for the better future, let's say. So what is your opinion on this comparison?
Well, I beg to differ. Because I would like to clarify the meaning of the word architects in this context.
Yeah.
There are two types of architects. The first one is the practicing architect, and the second one is the scientific architect. Now, the practicing architect, the good ones actually, are the ones that do research in every project, usually called research by design, and there are other names. This type of research is very important to practice and has developed wonderful ideas such as the structure of Nervi, Frei Otto, 5 points of Le Corbusier, and other different inventions. However, there is another architect, the scientific architect, the scientist, which do classical research and develops methods, material, tools, and ideas. He or she are academics that work in scientific research, of course, in connection, in collaboration with the practice. I believe that one of the main changes in the future is the rise of the second type, the scientific architecture, that will promote the emerging new startup ecosystem, the build-tech. There is a revolution, at least in Israel, and I see it all over the world, of the rise of what we call the build-tech. This is a huge market of billion that is bridging between what we face as, what we all see, the 19th or beginning of 20th century building methods and the 21st century with this high-tech technology. So I think it's not a matter of prime minister and ministers. I think it's understanding, rethinking of what is an architect and the rise of scientific architect and the rise of the science of architecture and the technology of architecture. And I am a good example of this. If you look at, if you Google me, you see that I'm also a builder and scientific. I will do research at the Technion, and I try in my, how do you say, in my small way to do revolution in the field that I'm researching. So I strongly believe that there are two types of architect, and the second one will be the important one in the future.
So is it possible to mix in one person these both type of architects? How do you think? Or is it like different type of minds, let's say? And it's
no. I believe, personally, I believe that a mixture is the best.
Yeah.
I think that if you look at science in general, there is a interesting trend now. You know, the money is with the corporate. University don't have the money anymore. Corporates like Google, Amazon have the money to basically do research. You know, there is a new university, I think, of Dyson. I think other companies are opening universities.
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
true. Even in Russia, yeah.
Yeah. So we're looking for a new type of academics that know practice, understand practice, but have the time, have the resources, and have the motivation of academia. And I think they are the one that will actually lead this revolution. They will rethink out of the box and will invent the new type of architecture that we are missing right now. I think we're an exciting moment in architecture. Everybody feels that something needs to be done. Nobody knows what it is.
Yeah.
I think it's exactly what we felt during the, the beginning of the 20th century with the modernism.
Yeah, that's true. I have another question about the role of the context and site-specific. So, in your opinion, what are the environmental trends that architects need to know about, but apply them wisely? Because, for example, why it is impossible to transfer a successful project from one place without adaptation to another? Maybe you have any case studies about this.
I think it's a wonderful question. I would start by saying that I think we somehow need to forget about the 60s, the after Second World War architecture, where they thought that human is the supreme being and it controls everything. We have air condition, we have electricity, the building is a machine, and we don't need to take care of anything else. We have air condition, and we don't need to take care of the environment at all. And I think that this has to be forgotten. And we need to think of the building as self-sustaining machine, zero energy, zero waste, 100% recyclable and reusable. And what I said earlier is not anthropocentric architecture.
Yeah.
So, if you look at your question, it's difficult to say that it's impossible to transfer successful project without adaptation. I think projects need to be smart. They need to be open and looked out as a system that integrates with different stakeholders. If they are responsive, if they are capable of relationship with different stakeholders, I think we can a little bit forget about vernacularity in the traditional sense of the word, and think, and develop a new type of vernacularity where the building reacts to this environment. The facade reacts to this environment. The facade lets, for example, green architecture and animals and biome to inhabit it. For example, if you look at where the European Union is going, is directly this way. I recently won a project, a grant by the EU, which is called Ecoloops, and we're trying to develop a non-human-centric facade system, which means that it's a facade system in which human is one of the stakeholders. It involves birds and insects and biome and plants, and it tried to somehow work together, not from an anthropocentric point of view. And think of the city, which has building like this, a green city, a clean city, a quiet city, and a lively city. So I think it's not really about environmental trends that we need to know and apply. I think it's more connected to the revolution that we discussed in the previous question, but in this sense, it's more of leaving the idea of anthropocentric and looking at the world from a different point of view. I think we as human race are mature enough to be self-assured, to leave space for other type of stakeholders in our environment.
Yeah, it's a very good comparison. That's the humanity now in a mature, let's say, state of age, and now we can be more humble. Yeah, that's true. Thank you very much, Yasha. It's very, very interesting.
Thank you, Olga.
So thank you very much for your discussion, for your answers and joining the panel.
My pleasure. I look forward to meeting you again in person, hopefully.
Me too. Bye.
Hello again. It was almost 2 years ago that I had the pleasure to join you in Moscow for the past edition in 2019 of the Future Architect Conference. And that was when we present for the first time the ARCHDAILY Strelka Award, a process that we consider a success because through it we were highlighting the works of a new generation of architects from East, with the participation of the online community of ARCHDAILY. Moldovan, Russian, and Georgian architects share with us how East is nurturing a new architecture. And that same day, we decided to repeat this award in the following 2 years, now 2021, understanding that it will evolve into becoming a new perspective from which we will see how the new generation of architects from East will actually evolve during these 2 years. The process was again a success. We received more than 100 project submissions. And I think that Diego Hernandez, our creative director at ARCHDAILY and the coordinator of this award from ARCHDAILY side, said in a very good way, despite the critical conditions, there is a very vigorous group of young architects. And why is this award is important? Because today, more than ever, we are aware of the strength of globalization with its lights and shadow. This phenomena that gave us the world is today at a crossroads because it has been very overwhelming and something that has been multiplied with this global pandemic. And while trends, styles, materials, aesthetics do become global and are shared by the collective intelligence of the internet, architecture is local. And as a counter effect of globalization, a new regionalism is appearing. At ARCHDAILY, we strive to build bridges across the world to deliver inspiration and knowledge that fuels this process. And we're happy to see how these regional ideas flow back into this global mindset. It's a very important and positive process because we as architects, we're delivering creative solutions to the problems of our world, and to fuel our diverging process of thinking, our creativity, we need to feed it with the new, with the fresh, with the seductive, innovative ideas. And where are these ideas coming from today, from the perspective that we have at ARCHDAILY? Many are coming from East. They're coming from Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Estonia, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. And that is why we want to look into these countries to, again, build these bridges to the world. So from these countries and from young practices with not more than 10 years old, we received more than 100 project submissions that were curated with the Strelka team and with ARCHDAILY to narrow it down to a long list of 50 projects that then were narrowed down to 15 finalists and finally 3 winners. These parts done by the ARCHDAILY community, so in a way it was an open global process, and the winners will have the chance to present the projects today to share the insights on why these projects are having this impact. But I also want to highlight all the finalists of these projects, of this being list. Finalists they display a unique identity and innovations across the different aspects that we were looking to have this focus. And it's part of the spirit of this award. So we had the Apart Hotel Dolgorukovskaya 25 by Apex Project Bureau in Russia, the Atirao Bridge by Newman Architects in Kazakhstan, the Durtuli Community Spaces by Orchestra Design in Russia, the Gaidar Cultural and Recreational Park in Irksno by Irksno in Russia, the House in Artana by Ernst Studio in Georgia, the Landscape Park Sokolskaya Gora by Project Group 8 and Park in Russia, the National Library of the Republic of Tatarstan by Hora in Russia, the Poiman Banken Embankment Park by Basis Architectural Bureau in Russia, the renovation of the Russian Federation Pavilion at the Venice Biennale by Casa, Russians, but in Italy, the Siberian Retreat House by A61 Architects and YY Design in Russia, the Riviera Park by Architecture Bureau AB 2.0, the Touchable Distance Exhibition by Radical Passive in Belarus, the Tetrekov Gallery Pavilion by League Bureau in Russia, the Uran Extreme Park by Legato Sports Architecture, Russia, and the Soya Museum by Architectural Bureau A2M in Russia. Now we're going to have the possibility to hear from the winners about the projects, but I want to say again that this award not only recognizes these innovative and responsible ideas that deal with the urgencies and particularities of the context where they were done, but also showcases to the world how your particular mindset has created these architectural innovations that are giving shape to a new, strong regional approach to architecture. So today we will have the opportunity to see the three winners. The National Library of the Republic of Tatarstan by Hora Architecture Bureau in Kazan, the Republic of Tatarstan, Russia. The Durtuli Community Spaces by Orchestra Design in Durtuli, Republic of Bashkortostan, Russia, and the Atreau Bridge by Newman Architects in Astana, Kazakhstan. So now I want to stop sharing my screen and invite Mikhail Mikadze and Oyat Shukurov, architects and partners at Hora Architecture Bureau, to present the National Library.
Thank you, David. Let me share the screen. Да, всем добрый вечер. Будем презентовать на русском.
Good evening. We shall be presenting in Russian. My name is Mikhail Mikadze. I'm the founder of the Hora Bureau. In front of me in the second window, I have my partner, Ayat Shukurov. Our bureau, based on the name, is about context and about the diversity of contexts. And within that, we're doing various things, including this one, for example. This is one of the projects which could be considered a piece of architecture. This is our installation at the Architecture Biennale in Tbilisi, in Georgia. Also, we are doing some editorial activities. This is our journal called Abraxas. Also, a lot of our work is dedicated is the research of this significant place in the east of Tbilisi. It's called ZMK. We'll be talking about project, and before we go into detail, we would like to mention those people and institutions thanks to whom the project could happen. Of course, we need to mention the President of Tatarstan, the Ministry of Construction of both the Russian Federation and the Republic, Natalia Fishman, the Ministry of Culture, and also our colleagues, which made so much effort. The Library of Nekrasov in Moscow, they were helping us with the design. So, how did it all begin? As you may know, this is the building coming from 1980. It was supposed to be the branch of the Lenin Museum, a complex building, which was, again, supposed to be a museum, very dark, with overloaded layers of different ideologies. Communism, and to transform and reconstruct this space, we needed to understand what to do. And this is the ticket to the bus of the 2019 to the strategic session of development, and that helped us to, and we actually made this sketch over here. There's a core and it goes then step by step. And then it became a bit more clear in terms of architecture and in terms of the program as well. The project brief was very well made by our colleagues from Nekrasov Library. So we have realized this is the new institution, like no other in Tatarstan or Russia in general. This is not simply a place where books are collecting dust, because all of the statistics is saying that only 6% in the city of Kazan, 6% of citizens of Kazan actually went to library. That is drastically low. In addition, we needed to do something with this huge building. It's the building of 15,000 square meters. We need to re-expose it so that different functional core would not interfere with one another and coexist. So we came up with 6 cores. And also the library space, more classical one of them, and second library space, more contemporary, more public. Of course, there are public spaces, coffee points, bookshops, etc. And obviously the exhibition space, venues for events. So this is the entire ecosystem, the entire body that is supposed to exist and give life back to the city. And speaking about what were the premises of the project, what were the difficulties of the project, this building was called crematorium by the citizens. So we needed to change the perception of the building. We needed to tell people that this building can be friendly, can be hospitable, can make people happy. One of the things that we had to do is to open the space to the city and let people in. Thanks to that, we broke through the facade where it was possible. For example, we opened the ground floor, the facade of the ground floor to the city. In addition to that, we have come up with a beautiful combination. I mean, when we entered the project, we made the additional part of the building like this huge window so that people could see the inner works of the library right away. One of the major motives are the key viewpoints and perspectives that are open in the building. It's intuitively clear, natural materials, including this public part, which is the synthesis of the new and the old. Here, there are more than 140 seats and about 100,000 storage units. There are rooms for the adults, for children, for teenagers, for kids even. Musical classes, everybody can find something to the preference. And we've done a lot to make it comfortable, make this place comfortable for children as well. We wanted to use local craftsmen to make all of these wooden things. They were all made based on our sketches by local craftsmen. These wooden benches, for example, and shelves. Speaking about small social inclusions, you may observe here a bookstore, Smena bookstore, that works very well. All of the furniture here was made based on sketches. And here's the second floor. Yes, to continue with the second floor, we need to go up the major staircase, which is placed in a relatively lightweight space. This building also had this sort of white marble staircase, but we revived it in a different place of the building, keeping the materials. This is a classical space. We wanted to make the space consist of the stairs. The idea was that it's the Lenin Museum, so you needed to ascend to something great. But we used it for the better. Besides, we have made this light beams. The idea was that we provide natural light to the building. And you see here different pieces of furniture that were handcrafted specifically for this project. This library has 3 million units in closed storage, and it has about 150 seats to work for students, researchers, etc. Another important element in the classical library is sculpture. This is the only thing that remained in the interior from the former Soviet Lenin Museum. This sculpture is called Anti-War Demonstration. We thought that it has a very good sense to it. That's why we refurbished it and integrated it into the space of the library. An important thing, how we were trying to work with the materials. Mikhail already mentioned this. The most important thing that majorly, the interior is very tranquil, and we decided to make a few accents with natural materials, which intertwine the interior of the building. Another important point, one of our goals was to preserve the organic nature of the interior as opposed to the exterior of the building. Here's the entrance to the hall. Internally, it's a black box, but it's an empty canvas, and it's just as ephemeral on the outside. This is, by the way, Natalia Fishman sitting there. That happens. To conclude the presentation, we would like to thank all of you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikhail and Oyat.
Thank you.
Михаил и Аят, спасибо большое. Спасибо большое, что поделились своим проектом с нами. Теперь Эдуард Маро, партнер в студии Orchestra Design, и он расскажет нам об общественном пространстве Дюртюли. Дюртюли или Дюртюли, к сожалению, точно не знаю. Надеюсь, вы меня хорошо видите. Спасибо большое за приглашение. Для нас это большая честь. Большая честь быть среди 3 лучших номинантов на эту награду. И спасибо ARCHDAILY, кстати говоря, за организацию. И спасибо, конечно, Стрелке. Я особенно рад тому, что этот проект был выбран в 3 лучших, потому что это проект в маленьком городе. И мне кажется, важно, чтобы такая награда отдавала должное и небольшим городам, где, возможно, нет огромных бюджетов, но между тем эти пространства, пускай не огромные, очень важны в локальном контексте.
Orchestra, a few words about the orchestra. We are 4 years old. We're based in Paris and St. Petersburg. Most of our projects are in Russia, some in France. We've done more than 36 projects, a lot of them built projects. And we specialized in public space, from large-scale strategies to master plan to public space. Among our team members, 16 team members, we have not only architects, but also social cultural managers, and we pay a lot of attention in social cultural programming in our projects. And our approach of public space is that we work with local communities to find meanings, common meanings, and deep connections between the environment and the people. And our projects try to help this reconnection between communities. This project was done not only with Orchestra Design, but also with the support of the Institute of Urban Development of Bashkiri, led by Olga Sarapulova. Just an overview of the city. As I was saying, it's a small city of 30,000 people, quite a recent city, 1989. It's a very kind of green city, but it lacks of points of intensity. And the project was seeking to create these points of social and cultural intensity. Based on local communities, it's very strong local communities of sports, street arts, and generally youth culture, but these young people don't have necessarily the space to meet. And we also based our project on the historical aspect of the city, which was based around agriculture, entrepreneurship, and sports. Straight away, we had the chance to define our own boundaries, and we created a tale of two spaces and not just one spaces, and particularly two squares linked by the main boulevard of the city. So let me go one by one. The idea of this is that both squares shares a similar principle of this open pavilion, and this is a very important point, that both of them have what we call free pavilion. That it's not commercial pavilion, but it's a pavilion which makes the link between the city and the local communities, that they are used for civic and associative work, and they animate those both squares. The first square is the main, actually the main city square, which previously was basically a big asphalt parking space. Really no sense of place. No one was really going there apart from once a year big city events. Our project was working with the topography to create, to reduce the square, to have a flat surface with an amphitheater and an upper part with this open pavilion and a roof to protect against the rain, and having a lower part of the plaza with greenery and seatings around this administrative building. You can see on the plan the structure of the square. These sort of paving patterns were reminding the story of the city, which was born out of the willingness and the entrepreneurship of 4 families and 4 houses. So it's really a city of 4 houses. This is an upper view just after construction. The trees that you can see are very young at the moment, so it doesn't look so green, but you can see the structure of the square and the sort of difficult topography we have to work on. This is a view on the upper amphitheater with the pavilion and this protective roof. This was during a big city event, and this sort of amphitheater was done with in mind the right scale for these small cities, not too big, not too small. An axonometry of the view. The idea is to have quite a small pavilion, which would be used for civic activities, to present future projects of the city, as well as a small coffee point. And this roof would be used in a flexible way. Also, we use this sort of pattern, this 4 sort of ring, symbolizing the unity of the pavilion, and this sort of golden color will remind the agriculture tradition of the city, as well as the wooden tiles that are used in on the facade of this pavilion. The second square is the territory of a former beer factory, which was totally abandoned, as you can see on this photo. The project was also structured around this pavilion, this open and free pavilion for the local community, around the skate park. Again, the skate park is at the scale of this small city, not too big, not too small. And this sort of scene for musical events, a small garden, and what you see in blue here will be the second phase of the project with some commercial function and retail function. So this is a view of this space, which is a very fluid space. The idea was that we blur the limit between the skate park and the rest of the square to encourage the meeting between different type of people, not just for the youth, but also for all ages. You see that the pavilion is opening on a stage which is used also as informal seating. This is a view of this pavilion, which has the same design language as the previous pavilion. The idea is that these 2 pavilions are communicating in their design language together. Some views, this was the view of the inside, which is used as a flexible space, and local community can book this space for free. And this is a very important model that we want to keep for this project, and it's almost like a revolutionary model. This free community space. You see some detailing of the facade and this wooden tiles, which also represent this golden tone or this yellow tone is also a reminder of the agricultural past, as well as the shape of the tiles. Some additional photos of the place. This big wall had to be reconstructed, and it will have a big street art project very soon. It's not yet ready. And the space is very used by local people. This is an image from Instagram. It's a very, very busy space during the day, during the weekend, but also during the evening spaces, in evening time. I wanted to finalize on a non-architectural image. This is local teachers of the town who won a grant to utilize the pavilion as an educational space. And I like the fact that this that our project is now fully kind of utilized and by the communities which will invent the future use and the future activities inside these 3 pavilions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eduard, for sharing with us not just the process, but actually how this space is experienced and used by the people of Turkey. Now we go to Agzamov from Newman Architects, who is going to present us the project of the Agzamov Bridge in Kazakhstan.
Ashat, sound.
You're mute. You're still on mute, Askat.
Hi, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
First of all, let me express my congratulations to all winners. My name is Ashat Sadov. I represent a bureau of 6 young architects and a group of structural engineers that practice the new progressive tools in urban planning, architecture, and structural design. Let me start my presentation. So it's all started from design review session. And this is one of the proposals that company winner of the tender for design has presented, and it was 4 different proposals, and unfortunately it was all declined. And then fortunately for us, they have applied to us, and we did this. Now this is how bridge looks today, and the contractor has built it in 6 months. It's 314 meters long and 10.5 meters wide. It has the public space in the middle of the bridge, and the idea was to create attractive space for local communities and to create some icon for historical center. And design form, the wavy design form and the facade structure refers to the symbol of Hatrao region, a unique endemic Caspian sturgeon. So you can see this little facade panels that shows the skin of Caspian sturgeon. It was designed in parametric manner. It has 2,500 individual facade pieces, and the form of it creates a shelter so people feel a sense of place. The why it was the Atrau sturgeon, it was because Atrau region has gifted this bridge to the 20th anniversary of capital city. A little bit of history. In 2009, Bjarke Ingels Group had won the competition for Astana National Library, and I personally, in 2010, joined this project, and I was closely working with the Bjarke Ingels team, and this collaboration and transfer of technology helped me to create these brave architectural forms, and encouraged me to use this language of architecture. This is the rendering from that project. Here you can see the mock-ups at the manufacturer in Minsk. We were testing different structure solutions and different colors of the panels, and to pick the best one. Here you can see railing mock-ups. Also, we had a dilemma with the facade panels because contractor was trying to save money, and there was a decision to leave only outer skin, and so the bridge looks good only from bird's eye view, and we had a big fight for the inner panels to make it more aesthetic from inside. So we had to go very far to the top to resolve this issue and to allocate the budget. So here is a video of technology that we were reviewing that has the very high-tech and organic structure, and unfortunately we couldn't use that because of this budget issue. So it's 3D CNC production technologies, and thanks to this manufacturer we can use this kind of solution in our future projects. Also, what I would like to mention is that bridge was used So the bridge had been chosen as a location to promote Mercedes' future concept car as a futuristic city bridge in the advertisement. And also another advertisement that used the location of the bridge was Megaphone with Yolka singing. The interesting fact that Atrau Bridge became a favorite public space for local communities and visitors. And here you can see on your left side of the screen, you can see one of the interesting cases. It was a graffiti protest by local Banksy in the middle of the ring ramp, which you can
see from Google Map. And it was painted afterwards by local authority to erase it with a white paint on the very next day. And then artist made a little pole, so this shape was it's an image of a blank picket. So this kind of dialogue between creative communities and local authorities. On your left, on your right, sorry, you can see the event that took part in recently, and it was dedicated to medical workers who fought for lives in COVID-19 pandemic. So Bridge became formal and informal open-air art space gallery. Local musicians, dancers, singers, and other creative communities just love this bridge. It's truly one of the touristic destinations where people love to get together and bring their guests to visit. Also, the footbridge drives people to walk and cycle. That makes people healthier and stimulates walkability in town. So this is the end of my presenting. Thank you very much for conducting this kind of competition. It's very important for young architects to express their creativity and use that creative energy towards this unique projects. Yeah.
David, your sound. David, your sound. David, your sound. David, still
can't hear you, sorry. It's still not working.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
No, прием, yes? Прием. Вишня, вишня, я черника.
Thank you, Scott, for sharing this project with us. But also I want to take from your last comment. In these projects, I think that we can see this global need that today we are demanding from our cities. Cities are an extension of our homes, and now we need to be able to use them. But here we saw context, local contexts that were very rigid. And through your creativity, these three projects are offering something new that we can see also not just as the finished project, but you could see the life that is happening here. So I'm very happy that while we have global contemporary ideas that are shaping parts of these projects, they are also closely connected with the communities. And I think that having this instance to showcase the projects is much more rich than policy in the publications that we have done online. So it's very good that we can continue to have this instance even in the middle of this pandemic, but for sure that this will evolve for the better soon. And I want to thank Strelka for creating these spaces, these opportunities. It's a work of many years that you have been doing with a lot of passion and a lot of vision for the future of architecture. So thank you for trusting ARCHDAILY to, in a way, create, start, and push forward this award over the years. Also want to thank Diego Hernandez, our creative director, that has been doing the coordination with Strelka team, and our project curator, Paula Pintos. Thank you to everybody who has been watching the conference. And now we're going to continue with 10 conclusions from the second day by the Strelka Institute Public Program Producer, Katia Popova. Katia, all yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Katya. I'm the producer of the public program of Strelka Institute. Dear audience, dear attendees, dear listeners and viewers, thank you so much for being with us. Let me sum up and come up with the major conclusions of the conference. We have contemplated this conference as a cross-institutional partnership, and we're very happy that we have been able to put together outstanding partners like ARCHDAILY, Hong Kong School, Future Architecture Platform, Technical School in Zurich, Bezalel, Technion, and Russian Youth Biennale, so that together we could come up with the theme-based framework of the conference and have a dialogue and conduct the lectures and discussions that you've been watching for the last 2 days. So the first conclusion is this major report of the IPCC. That's one of the major subjects. It's obvious the climate crisis is not the conflict as we classically understand it, with the separation of society into different camps that are disputing, where there's blaming and finger-pointing. That is unproductive. The crisis for us today is becoming a joint venture and a global context in which we exist. Crisis is not bound by the boundaries of a single nation or a branch of research. It's not the area of responsibility of a particular job or profession. An architect, in this sense, needs to pick collaborative approaches which put together various branches, both at the levels participating in the process and at the level of typologies of projects. We used to be discussing interdisciplinary approaches at the level of the team. Now we're talking about the growth of expertise of every single expert. On the one hand, we are observing the increased expertise of architects. On the other hand, we're observing that the extension of expertise of every single expert leads to critical blurring of the borders of disciplines. And architects today are risking to lose the core of their profession. A response to that could be the conclusion that it's very important to enhance and support professional architectural community. We were talking about this when we were discussing educational program Architects.rf today, and also we had the session dedicated to education yesterday. We need to reinvent the core of our profession. That will only possible if the community reaches agreement within. We also observe that the core that needs to be reinvented. Young architects today are starting to reinvent themselves because they're not willing to think or design in the obsolete confinements established by regulations and norms. Young specialists today do not want to interact with the industry in its traditional form or shape, and obsolete design principles set new challenges to architects. Finding a space where they can research, contemplate, and define the rules of the game and set guidelines. During the last days, we have been talking many times about who architect is today. And it's very important to highlight the conclusion of merging of research practices, fundamental research practices, and hands-on design of the architectural profession. That opens a lot of potential. On the other hand, raises a lot of issues, including the issues of whether fundamental practices need to be paid, or whether there are mixed formats, and what are the demands to education. This new demands to education lead us to the following 7th conclusion, and that is the willingness of young specialists to make an impact on education, not only in terms of number of studied subjects, but also in terms of approaches, methodologies, and the process from start to finish. Speaking about education today, I would like to reiterate the words of Martha Thorne, which concluded yesterday. She said that education today should look less into the past and more be directed to the future. However, the future that we're talking about is a very complex construct. the planet is going to get warmer by 1, 1.5, 2, 3, 4 degrees. Future is just not a single scenario anymore. Future today is a crossroads with many way outs. And this ambiguity sets the framework of design, which makes us take into account a number of scenarios, not simply as a set of variations either or, but as a multiplicity of scenarios that could be happening simultaneously, and in which we must take into account simultaneously. In the 6th report of IPCC, there's an important point regarding that climate change today is inevitable and irreversible. That makes us fight climate crisis in a new way. We're talking not about prevention and not about the ways to unwind the process and rewind it, but we're talking about adaptation and mitigation. It is important to highlight that architects can do more for adaptation because adaptation measures, more often than not, are targeted to change urban space. Forecasts are changing, but the thing that we can be sure about is that the scale of the changes has reached a new level. When we talk about the global crisis, there's no more spaces for separation. We're not separating global and local anymore. Local is the new focus of attention today. And here we're facing high risk to believe that local is something simple to contemplate. Local today is a complex of landscape, climate, history, traditions, culture. All of these things intertwine in a single local point. And our mission today is to learn to work with local at a new level. I truly hope that you have enjoyed the conference, just like we did. And even though that most of the conclusions that I have been able to highlight are open questions, we truly hope that if we maintain the dialogue with professional community in Russia and internationally, we'll be able to answer those open questions. Thank you very much for having been with us during these 2 days, and see you again.